Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. In the beginning, there was morning radio.
I've never seen anything like this.
But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey.
You got it locked.
Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Yes, indeed, this is Radio Generation. My name is Mongala Movie. It's exactly 1 minute past 6 o'clock. A very good morning to you. What are you up to? Let me know. You can find us on Radio Gen KE across all socials. You can also, by the way, find us on 88.8 in Nairobi. Na cha muhimu zaidi, you can also find us on rgk.co.ke. In studio is myself and of course City Muga. Na kunaye dada yetu anajulikana kama Patricia Wayua. A very good morning to you, lady and gentlemen. Kama kawaida, ladies first.
Good morning to you.
Uko namna gani?
Shwari kabisa. Yes.
How was your morning? How was your evening?
Everything is quite okay. Nilala salama.
Have you seen
salama.
Anything strange since we last saw each other?
I just saw it here.
You saw it in studio?
Yes.
Okay. Are you talking about City Muga by any chance?
No.
City, good morning.
Hi.
Have you seen anything strange this morning since we last saw each other from yesterday?
No.
Nothing strange.
But maybe we need to focus on the person who saw the strange thing and ask, what is this strange thing that she saw?
She witnessed.
Now, I don't want to say it on air because Anita Choma. Because the person involved in that is seated right here with us.
Okay.
Aisha Choma tayari. Sindio?
Unaona hivi ndivyo watu kidogo mtu anasema kitu moja alafu anasema
kingine. Unajua mimi sitasema jina nani. Unajua mimi nisiposema nashataja nani. Sasa
I mean.
Sasa wewe.
But of course people don't know what is that strange thing. It's strange to me, and it might not be strange to them, but to me,
it's strange to you.
Yes.
Sawa. We shall consult further on this particular issue that is strange. But welcome to the show, every single person listening to us. We do hope that you have had a very good morning, a very good evening, and a very good day yesterday. And whatever strange things you might have witnessed, we hope they have not scarred you for life. Today, we shall start as usual with the day that we are celebrating. Is there any day that we are celebrating, either by the UN, Kenya, Uganda, Haiti?
These are many, and I told us some times back that we also are going to come up with our celebration. Yeah, you can just sit down, you and your family, and come up with your own day.
Okay.
Provided you can prove why it is important. You can provide that evidence why that day is important and why other people should join you in celebration.
Okay.
Anyway, for today, we are observing the World Organ Donation Day. World Organ Donation Day. That is a day that is meant to raise awareness about the importance of organ donation.
Who earmarked this day for celebration?
This one, okay, it's not by the UN because UN is mostly the one that sets aside.
They like celebrating cats and
lions,
and dogs.
But just a world calendar, you know.
So no one specifically said that this is World Organ Day. World Organ Donation
Day.
I
think it originated from from India, those sides.
I knew it.
Yes.
I knew it. I knew it.
Why India? Why did
Nikisema kuna watu I could be arrested. But yeah, I knew.
Anyway, I know why you of course you would think it is about the India because in terms of medication, in terms of all these things, tumeona sana. Sasa hiyo si wewe ukitaka kitambo ulikuwa unataka jicho, unaambiwa mpaka uende wapi?
Uko ukashona.
Wende ukawekewe jicho uko like a lot of
I used to hear that people were being given sheep eyes, goat eyes. I don't know how true or fake that is, but I know for a fact there's no way utapatiwa jicho la mbuzi because our eyes and theirs don't even match in terms of size. Then of course in terms of DNA ingiani. Nilikuwa nasikia wakati mwingine utapatiwa a pig's heart if you have an issue with your heart. Of course those are just, you know, those
but that wasn't entirely false.
Oh, you get pig heart.
Well, yes, you see the thing is there's genetic matching.
Yeah.
Other than human beings, what other animals have
are we close related?
Proximity when it comes to organs to ours.
Apes?
Yes, maybe. Maybe.
Let me just do a quick Google search.
The reason I'm telling you this is, remember what we have now is part of an evolutionary process where a lot of things were experimented with before we arrived at where we are now.
Yes.
So that is the reference. That is the point of view that I am expressing.
Let me ask Google.
I ask Google.
Do humans receive organs from other animals?
Yes.
So this is what they're saying. Yes, research is actively exploring the possibility of using animal organs for human transplants, a field known as xenotransplantation. Pigs are currently the primary focus of this research due to their organ size and physiological similarities to humans. However, there are significant challenges, including immune rejection and potential zoonotic diseases. So it's an ongoing science, not yet approved for use, but perhaps one time we shall get there.
Well, there has been a lot of misconception, of course, around organ transplant and donation and so forth. I'm just going to read a few of these misconceptions that people have always heard about this. There's this one that says that doctors won't save my life if I donate my one of my organs. Is it true?
Come again, doctors won't?
There's this misconception or myth that people feel like, okay, if today naenda kupeana moyo wangu, it's like doctors may not.
Ukipeana moyo ni hivyo umekufa, but proceed.
This is just an example. Let me use the kidney. Yeah, let me use the kidney actually, because moyo, ukipeana moyo, you are done. Kidney at least in mbili. So there has been that misconception that doctors won't be able to save your life if you are donating, and that is, of course, we know it's false, because we've already seen people giving out, donating their part of body parts na bado wana survive. We have also seen that organ donation is against religion. There are some religions, of course, who feel that this is but if it comes to life,
City, maybe utuambie dini ya msambo wanakubaliana kupeana organs.
I have understood what you have just told our listeners.
Now, I'm not saying that you go to.
I have a close association with Dini Msambwa,
which is okay, by the way.
It is not okay because I'm not.
But I'm saying if you actually go to Dini Msambwa ni sawa. But would you be knowing perhaps if Legio Maria Dini Msambwa wanapeananga organs?
My friend, many of those fringe faiths, don't even allow people to go to hospital. So how on earth are you going to transplant anything?
Because
when they don't even. Yes, they are. Many of them are against what we now call
modern medicine.
Yes, which you find in hospital settings.
Okay. Yes. So I don't know, because I've never walked into any hospital, even in Kakamega, and I've been to hospitals in Kakamega, and I've not met a single Dini Msambwa doctor or Legio Maria doctor.
But they don't go around announcing it.
That I'm a doctor.
They usually have that turban thing, that headgear.
Yeah, they have the headgear.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean that all the people who adhere to that faith wear headgear.
Okay.
No.
All right.
So they walk around with the headgear.
All right. So let me appeal to our listeners. If you know of a Dini Msambwa doctor, I'm curious.
But why Dini Msambwa?
Why you specify that?
Well, I've seen Akorino doctors. I've seen Jewish, the ones that wear that thing on the head, doctors, and even nurses. I have seen practically most religious institutions, what are they called, denominations represented in the medical field. But to be honest, I have never witnessed someone from Dini Msambwa or Legio Maria, yet we live among them and they live among us. So
actually, you would be amazed at the number of people who belong to, say, the Legio Maria faith, because I probably know a little bit more about it than Dini Msambwa.
Okay.
The truth is this, you need to understand the origins of those faiths and why it is that they turned the way they did. And many of those faiths are directly related to certain ethnic communities.
Okay.
And many of those faiths, if you look at the origins, they were a protest against certain mainstream faiths that existed, whether it is the Roman Catholic Church or the Anglican Church.
Okay.
Okay. For instance, among the Luo community, there's a faith called No Mea I was given. All right?
It's called No Mea.
No Mea, yes.
Like Akuna 100, Akuna Mia.
No, see, may I used to give me. I was given. That's the right translation. It's predominantly a Luo faith. Legimaria predominantly Luo. Dini ya Msambwa predominantly
Luya. Luya, right?
Yes. Yeah. And their prophet was a gentleman called Masinde. Okay? So one would argue that it's probably more predominantly Bukusu than anything else. But the point is this. There is a reason why those faiths branched away from wherever they
mainstream denominations.
There's a reason. So because of that, the members will necessarily also be represented if you're talking of professions.
Okay.
Where we are right now is something we haven't researched on, so we don't know. And if we did, we may actually find that they exist.
Okay.
Right now, we don't know.
That's why I'm appealing to the listener.
Yes.
If you know of someone in that field, and I'm actually asking this because I am curious 100%. TC jokes. I'm actually curious. I would like to know of a Dr. Lohoman Medhanenande, who's Dinia Musambwa.
Okay, yeah. So misconceptions ni nyingi. There's also this one that people feel like people feel like they are too old to donate some of their body organs. What they said is that it depends. Yeah, it's not necessarily that you're too old to donate a body part. And then there are so many others that organ donation is only for the rich. But nowadays we are seeing tunaona hata watu wakifanya fundraising to be able to go and maybe mtu apewe kidney and so forth. Yeah, so
there are organs that you can donate when you're alive. Okay, kidney, lung,
part of your liver.
Yes. Yeah. Pancreas. Okay, part of your intestine. Zingine, you need to have gone to the happy hunting grounds. And you need to have indicated before you departed that you actually want those donated.
Yeah. Okay. There are people who actually donate their entire bodies first of all, for organ transplants.
Others for research and science.
Yeah.
Like the heart, which you mentioned. It's very important that you have registered with the afterlife for the heart to be relevant for donation. And you need to have indicated that is what you want done.
I want after I depart.
Yes.
Please take my heart. Nendeni mpe mtu ambaye kona shida mahali.
Mpeana hizi zote, then zingine ucremate.
Okay.
Everybody should just be giving out their parts, some of their body parts.
My friend, that is an explosive topic.
Let's go to the train. Ama, there's another day?
No.
Okay,
yeah,
let's go
I know there
train.
are so many other days, but what was relevant for today is the organ donation day.
Okay.
And then today, our train takes us to this one, Peter Drucker, who said, "The greatest danger in times of turbulence is not the turbulence; it is the act with yesterday's logic."
Repeat that again, please.
It says, "The greatest danger in times of turbulence is not the turbulence. It is to act with yesterday's logic."
Yesterday's logic. What if yesterday's logic wasn't making sense, and perhaps it's the one that put you in that turbulence?
Well, okay, what he says that is, today you are in maybe some challenge, some problem. It is not necessarily that you will approach that problem like you did to a previous one, or a challenge like you did to a previous one. Yeah, so if you feel like you want to do everything using yesterday's logic, using yesterday's strategies, then sometimes you may find that not everything will be solved using that logic.
So you find a new logic?
Yes.
Okay.
So in short, every other challenge has its own logic.
Yeah. All right. Any African...
Oh, there are very many. Very many. You see, when you look at African proverbs,
yes,
they will not talk of organ donation and transplant. They'll talk about giving and generosity. Because essentially when you donate something, you're giving. And of that, there is an abundance of proverbs. When the webs of a spider join, they can trap a lion.
When the webs of a spider join, they can trap a lion.
Yes. When...
Unity.
So spiders wameform circle.
But unajua ni very many spiders, and very many webs.
Yes, that's the point. They are saying that the impossibility isn't quite that.
Yes. Okay.
See, so long as something hasn't been done, you can't categorically state that it can't be done.
It can't be done, yeah.
I agree.
Yes.
I agree. 100. Like we say in America. Yeah, that's 100. Bro, like, I get it.
You're speaking American.
I get it.
I hadn't quite got it. You know, for a moment he was speaking English.
Then I switched.
He switched to American, and I yes, my internal translator hadn't quite caught on. Oh, sour. It's very good.
Bro, yeah.
No, it's good to speak American in the morning.
Yeah, I get it. So it's time for us, if I can switch now to British, it's time for us to switch to rgk.co.ka. So if you've not logged on there, please do. That's where you get all the top stories, what's been trending in the last couple of hours, yeah? Can we do this? So I'll start with this story here about education. Niliamka poa say. So I'll start with this story about education and career, and it's sorry about that. 7 counties under audit spotlight over 880 million in bursary funds. Hizi ndizo zile stories onibo. Yeah. So 7 counties, including Nairobi, Garissa and Isiolo, have been cited in an audit report for failing to account for more than 880 million in bursary funds. The findings by Auditor General Nancy Gathungu point to widespread irregularities in the allocation and management of bursaries and scholarships, with several counties unable to provide supporting documents or reconcile their financial reports. The last sentence I'll read is about this report. According to the report, counties collectively received 11.12 billion for bursaries and scholarships, but spent only, listen to this, 9.8 billion, leaving an unspent balance of 1.3 billion. Yeah. Okay. Yesterday we sat here with Dr. Gikenye, I believe that was his name, and he told us that in like what, in the last 120 or so days, let's even say in the last 4 to 5 months, through e-Citizen, our collections as far as the convenience fee is concerned, it came to roughly 990 million. So we rounded it off to 1 billion.
1 billion, yes.
You know, if you actually sit down and you think about and there are very many sectors in this Kenya, especially the ones that are being controlled by, actually all of them are controlled by the government, but where government money is directly involved, utakasirika. And you will realize in a day. Na sasa unajua nikikumbuka Uhuru akituambia we lose 2 billion shillings daily. Now I actually see that it might actually be more.
You know, it never made sense. You know, somebody would sit down and say that, like, daily we are losing 2 billion kila siku.
Yes.
And then it never really made sense. I think, and that is why the Kenyans, wengi ilifika mahali, okay, we do say we are losing 2 billion per day according to Uhuru Kenyatta, sawa, but then deep down in our hearts sometimes it's like, no, anaweza kuwa alisema just a figure yenye but according to yesterday, how the guest broke down all those the analysis, it is very possible.
You know, sorry, you know, I just realized that, to be honest, and tumekuwa tukiangalia hizi vitu zote hapa hivi, tukiongea juu education sector, tukiongea juu ghost schools. You remember we sat here with Dr. I'm forgetting his name, ujama wa council of nini clinical officers, the deputy, was it the secretary general,
the deputy sec gen,
and the way he was telling us about wastage, about venye, you know, dawa zinaharibika huko KEMSA, zinaharibika kwa hospitali and so on and so forth. And I was thinking, like, you know, we actually lose a lot of money.
We do.
He told us about, and you remember how he told us about ghost workers. He told us the way one individual, let's say Patricia Wayua, working for the county government of Nairobi, you could be, you're probably there as a casual laborer. Wewe ni mtu wa kufagia streets of Nairobi, but your number and name or your ID has got different employee whatever employee numbers. So you're probably even receiving salary and you don't know about it, but someone is receiving salary as a doctor in the county on your behalf.
Yes. And others are receiving salaries on dead people's IDs.
Yes. So nakumbuka akituambia tunajua interns wana earn about 206k. So let's even put it at 200,000 for the sake of mathematics. Multiply that by about 15 ghost workers. That is 3 million clean because kuna watu wana receive pesa ya 3 ghost workers.
And again, you know, yesterday the mathematics that you are doing here was on e-Citizen alone. Now look at the other sectors, like you're saying. We have the schools, we have counties, and the rest.
City.
Yes.
Ikitu inakubo.
No, it isn't. I was thinking of the origin of this manifestation we're discussing right now. And I trace it back to something which at the time was considered progressive in some ways. There was the Ndegwa Commission. The Ndegwa Commission stated categorically that, I'm paraphrasing here, that civil servants should be allowed to conduct business. I'm paraphrasing. It opened a door whose full consequences we are seeing now. Because you talk about the 60s and 70s, the idea of conflict of interest was not central to any conversation. Now, they must have been thinking that led this esteemed gentleman to have that particular view. But what we now witness is concerted state plunder, which has morphed into a situation where it is considered to be normal. So the people who are considered abnormal and who will get targeted are people who speak against it. Because before devolution, one had not seen the extent to which this had been proliferated and how successful this particular cancer had spread. Because the monies that counties have received from the time of inception, is it how many a decade plus?
12 years,
to be precise. Believe me, should have changed our counties considerably. But what you hear from governors is the money is not enough, and they never give an account of what they have done with the money that they have received. They never do.
Actually, you've mentioned it, because Council of Governors, this is now from 5 days ago, Council of Governors accuses auditor of unfair scrutiny as auditor flags counties over billions. Auditor General flags 2.1 billion in illegal e-Citizen charges. Counties spent 15 billion shillings on legal fees as public services declined. That is just in 1 week.
Yeah.
How is it an unfair? If what she is flagging, let's just start with the simplicity of an audit query. This can't be explained. You know why? Government money and how it is spent is structured. You're not just given money to spend the way you like. Counties have a budget. It is passed by the assembly. And the budget indicates items that every ministry within the county hopes to spend or expend on behalf of the citizenry. That is what now, whatever monies they receive is supposed to go into. So you can actually follow. And believe me, if it is budgeted, it means it is determined that it can be spent. So if the money isn't there, we assume it was spent. So you go back to the budget and say, okay, this is what you said you're going to do.
Have you done it?
Now, if the Auditor General finds that you haven't done it, they flag it. Because the money has been spent, but this hasn't been done. And this is what it was meant for. That's the issue here. They don't want to be asked. They don't want to be questioned. Now, if you have impunity at that level of government, how on earth do you think that the citizenry will benefit from this money, which is actually theirs and which now goes back to helping them? That's why we pay taxes, so that this money can come back and make our lives better.
And you know that now it makes me even wonder whether we can we can actually truly fight corruption. We can try to fight it, but bro, when we hear of such issues, do you know how many people are benefiting from? First of all, we have 47 counties. In those 47 counties, let's even take an average of 2 people benefiting from easy funds zenye zinapotea. That is 94 people you have to deal with alone in the counties, and that is just a round figure because we know it's more. They now come to the national government. Look at all the ministries. Within the ministries, they have departments. Look at all. Yani, by the time you get, and then now we have the parastatals which are beneath those departments. By the time you actually get to fight corruption, so you will shut down the country.
And that is the reason why I said.
No, you won't.
City. The reason why I said, like, as a country, we've come from far. When this baby corruption started growing teeth, mpaka sasa, it's a long time. These things ni sasa, huyu alikuwa ni mtoto amezaliwa, ameanza kumea meno, ameanza kutambaa, started walking.
Huyu sasa ameshakuwa mtu mzima.
Saizi ashakuwa mtu mzima.
Ameenda gym, akona kifua, hawezi mwambia ene.
Sasa like corruption imeingia in all the systems of the country. You get, tumeenda mpaka kwa counties. I hear critics of the government most of the time here saying that we devolved corruption. Ilikuwa kwa national government, we devolved it to the county governments.
Actually, Patricia, no, it was not in the national government. Remember, corruption doesn't corrupt itself. It's people who perpetrate what we call corruption. And for you to be able to involve in something illegal, you can feign or you can cite ignorance, but in this country, that one, my friend, is not an excuse. Utafungwa.
Ignorance is no defense.
Yes, it is your job to know.
Actually, anywhere, ignorance is not defense.
No, ati ukujua. The shift is what I would refer to as garden variety corruption, where somebody wants to make their lives easy and so they part with a little money, to the point where it's institutionalized, where to get service, you pay. Service which somebody is paid to provide, you now pay more for it to actually work. It's institutionalized. That's our problem. So the question is, can we uninstitutionalize it? Yes, we can. Let me tell you, if you look at changes that occur, it's just that we're overwhelmed with this negative yet stories that represent the truth of our country. Very, very often we forget we have impeached a deputy president. We have jailed a governor. There's a governor who is in the process of losing very many proceeds of his, which was acquired through the same money that we are speaking of. It's called a precedence. Once you have it, believe me, expect more. Because these are the people who you feel can't be touched. They've been touched.
You're right.
They have been touched. It all it requires is that one reference point. That's it. That's my opinion. There are those who say, no, that's a far cry from the truth. No, it is not. It is not. Who would have thought that we would have a progressive constitution like the one we have? There was nothing in the horizon that showed for it. There are those who didn't believe we'd have multipartyism. There are things that happen in this country which I thought I would never see.
You know, the reason I've said that we might need to shut down the country is this. No, seriously, because if we say we'll fight corruption from the top, bro, hata wanajua state house itafungwa.
Actually, no, not necessarily. This is the point I'm trying to make. But you maybe explain to me, why do you think the country will shut down?
Because of, number one, what you've just said, the fact that corruption has been institutionalized. So that means that literally every single institution, from the executive, legislature, judiciary, like those and those are the three arms of government that actually make this place perform, this country rather, operate, survive, breathe, for lack of a better word. That's the heartbeat, that's the brain, those are the kidneys and the livers. And if we have got to clean up that place, unless we say we clean one day at a time, of which we have seen what happens when you start arresting. If, for example, if in this studio the three of us are corrupt, and they start arresting Patricia, the rest of us will come up with ways to ensure that nisifikiwe, or by the time nifikiwe, utakuwa ushajipanga, or vice versa.
The reason why it is simple, no, should I say a lot simpler than we think. There are things which the citizenry can do. There are things we do when an example has been set, and that has to be a leadership example.
Right.
And that's why I'm saying it is not impossible. The moment you have a leadership that is determined not to allow corruption, the message is sent. What I witnessed in the Kibaki era was that the majority of people in this country are actually not corrupt. They would prefer a situation where things were straightforward and you knew what was right and wrong, and people they would rather that.
You're saying that they had integrity.
People in this country, by and large, have an aspiration to integrity, not necessarily corruption. The majority, okay? we simply comply because of convenience. You don't want to stand out and you don't want problems, so you comply.
Malizana na hii shida.
Itakuletea shida nyingi. Essentially, you pay not to be inconvenienced. But the moment the example is set and you know that there will be no consequences for standing upright, you'll be amazed at how many people will stand up. Remember, policemen were being arrested by citizens for asking for bribes. I know you probably didn't witness it. They were being citizens.
I saw it.
Yes. Yes. There was a police wing that was going after corrupt cops. The people who were targeted most were probably the traffic ones. My friend, it happened. That's all I need to know, that I saw it happening.
And it can happen again.
Oh, no. In our case here, it will happen again.
Let me ask you. Okay, I remember then when it happened. Si kitambo sana. Are you talking about this one tumeona juzi kwa barabara huko wakikimbizana nao?
Ama hiyo. Kuna wakati anasema during the Kibaki time where citizens would literally atikara amesimamisha matatu anaanza kuchukua pesa.
Kuna.
Watu wanashuka na wanamshika mateka.
Yes.
So it happened.
And isitoshe, this discipline you see in the matatu sector, the citizens, Nairobi specifically, they said, Sawa, if you're not doing this, we're not boarding your matatu, we'll walk.
But
they
what happened?
My friend, not only were they uniformed, the matatu industry ililainika. Unfortunately, they didn't institutionalize it. When that minister was moved, and the next one came.
The end.
And I think you're quite right when you say that when the minister went, ilikuja ikanyamaza. So this now comes back to the issue of the leaders now that we have, the leaders that we are banking on for them to help us fight this corruption.
Remember, Kibaki didn't have the 2010 constitution to support his actions.
He had the 1963 one.
19 God knows what time. We now have a constitution that actually emboldens you and gives you that arm to do precisely what we're saying. That's the difference.
Okay. All right. It's time for us to get into the newspapers and see what's on the front page. For instance, when you look at the Standard pale mbele nakwambia hivi. Oh, but then you can get more of those stories, in case you're wondering where we were reading that story about the audit report. You can get it on rgk.co.ke. 7 counties and the audit spotlight iko hapo. KDF soldiers in missions and training exempt from pay as you eat policy iko hapo. Kuna enforce top training standards to protect patients, according to the health ministry. Aden Duale has told them. And then there's this very interesting one where Kenya is to launch internationally recognized seafarer IDs within 3 months. Read more on that on rgk.co.ke. Meanwhile, Standard inasema hivi hapa mbele. Devolved corruption. 12 years later. Billions looted, services gutted 12 years after devolution's hopeful dawn. County halls have become epicenters of graft. From Okoth Obado's turbulent tenure to Ferdinand Waititu's high-profile trial, a parade of governors, past and present, stand accused of plundering public coffers. Hospitals without drugs, ghost projects, and unpaid workers now define the devolution's story as the promise of bringing services closer to the people morphs into a feeding trough for the well-connected. Hiyo story iko on page 2, 3 and 4. Na pale mbele tuko na picha zake former governor of Nairobi Mike Mbuvi Sonko. We also have former Kiambu governor Ferdinand Waititu. We also do have former Migori governor Okoth Obado, who's facing not just corruption cases but murder too. And then we have former Samburu governor Moses Lenonkulal, who was jailed for 8 years for graft. Devolved corruption. What we've just been talking about here for the last almost 20 minutes. And I think it's if we start seeing heads roll, even the ones who are currently in power or leadership, I think they will tread more carefully. Probably even stop that corruption altogether.
That's why you hear me waxing repeatedly and consistently about the accountability factor. And this is where the citizenry come in, because, my friend, we have a constitution that gives you the mandate. When you hear of abductions and people being shot, that's called pushback.
Yeah.
Okay? But it will scare people for a while, and then it will embolden them. Believe me, the tipping point between being scared and being emboldened, it's nebulous. It's something that you can't actually see, and you probably don't even know when the change occurs. Or when you have a situation where the body mass of a much larger populace have decided this isn't it. It's happening before our eyes and you don't see it. This so-called mandamano that we baptize as a Gen Z mandamano, we've never had a situation in this country where you have a mandamano that goes throughout the country. We've never had it. And this one we have. It's turned ugly and terrible things have happened, but it is under the banner of a protest and we are seeing it. Now, once you see it, remember, you can't unsee it. You've seen it. It has happened. And it isn't as though people were moved from one county to the other to do that. No. It's people who are in that place.
Who did it there?
Yes, which means there was a reason. And the reason here was they're young people. There is no part of the country which doesn't have young people. And the lines of communication are so open now that anyone who thinks that the situation we have cannot be reversed has not understood. Human nature has a capacity to put up with certain things until they're tired. Now, you don't know, again, when that tipping point comes. You don't know, but it comes. And they say, okay, this one, enough.
And as the noise is calming down, people need to understand there's something that happened. Yeah, there's something that happened. Like City is saying, kuna kitu kimeshafanyika.
Nilikuwa naona Kalonzo akitembea na Ferdinand Waititu. Then the moment Waititu was jailed, bana, jamaa aliondokea, not even a statement.
Tumefunga rafiki yangu bure.
Unajua hata mtu aseme tu Governor Waititu amefanywa hivi na hivi, we'll get to the bottom of it, because I mean Kalonzo is a lawyer. Bwana hata kudonate lawyers okay, maybe I'll donate, I don't know.
Well, there's also a story that relates to whatever you're saying about the corruption.
Yes.
There's this Eldoret students who won an anti-graft tracker competition there. And this is what the story says, that 2 Eldoret high school students have clinched the top prize at the 8th Young Scientist Kenya National Science and Technology Exhibition with an innovation aimed at striking corruption at its root.
So how will they track corruption?
Nova Pioneer Boys High School. Kuna kijana anaitwa Ajok there and mwingine anaitwa Ian, emerged victorious with Afronomy Chain, a blockchain powered web system that tracks public funds in real time. The system records every government transaction on a tamper-proof ledger, requiring receipts for all expenditures and flagging any discrepancies instantly. Citizens can monitor these transactions via a mobile app, conduct community-led social audits, and report suspicious activities.
Interesting. Yesterday, I remember Professor Ogola, sasa ndio namquote.
Well, he was here and he said it, you will quote him.
Yeah. So Professor Ogola said that we can actually take the young people of this country, give them some money, might not be as much as we give foreign entities, but we can give them some, good amounts of money, and they will come up with systems for us. For example, we don't need to go and buy a voting system outside this country.
True.
We can have, because we have a lot of graduates from JKUAT, KU, UON, na kule kwingine kwote, ambao wanasomea IT, computer science, and other science, computer related sciences, and they can actually come up with these softwares that we need. So why we need to go and buy a software worth 7 billion, which we shall use once, it shouldn't happen again. Now here we have these young students, or rather they're from the university, right?
These are high school.
These are high schoolers. So imagine if they are high schoolers, if we just give them the right resources, in terms of computing power, and even whatever else they need, hata kama ni pesa wa come up na easy system na easy softwares, imagine where we would be. We wouldn't need to have an entire e-citizen, for example, platform being outsourced from, I don't know, India. Because we're actually outsourcing it from India. We wouldn't be having these problems. Yes.
And I think Kenya is among those countries with young people who are so creative.
Very.
We are quite advanced in terms of technology. Our quality of education, it's one of the best. and especially I'm
no.
saying I'm one
Skiza mwalimu.
of the best.
Skiza mwalimu.
Okay, we are.
It was one of the best for a very, very long time. We are an industrial lot as Kenyans, and we make the best of every situation we find ourselves in. Our education system can be what you are saying it is, but as of now, it is not. Not that the thinking behind it is faulty, the implementation is completely faulty. And it has created problems that makes the system very iffy. Take it from the CBC, take it to secondary school, take it to universities, TVETs. The thinking and the structure in and of itself is good, but the process of ensuring that this system works, my friend, is riddled with so many problems that you cannot in good conscience say that this system is actually good.
Do you think it will be as competitive as 844 was? In terms of, because tulikuwa tunasikia manzejo watu wa 844 kina sisi sasa, you know, we're bright students. Even if we go out of the country, we are some of the best performing.
But that has been proven. It is not theory.
Okay, so I'm asking, do you think CBC and the students who are undergoing CBC right now, in another 10, 20 years, watasemekana those kids are as bright as 844 kids?
Let me answer the question by saying, if the 844 was implemented as it had been intended, and funds allocated and spent on it. See, budgetary allocations towards education is huge, but a lot of that money never gets to education. Same thing with CBC. The thinking behind it is good, but will it be funded to work as it should? If it is funded to work as it should, it is an excellent system.
So we are saying that the quality of education within the CBC system is
if it is funded to do what it is intended to do.
It will be one of the best.
It is going to be a very good system. The 844, by the way, was not that. Don't be fooled.
Yes.
844 was not that different from this in terms of the original structure. Okay? And how it was student-centered. It was not that different.
Okay.
There are things that have been added now because time has, should we say, interrupted that process or has intervened and said we also need to now add this on top of it. But at its time, 844 was considered a very forward system.
Yeah.
The funding to actualize what had been intended
Yes.
never really quite got there. Now, this one, the hiccups are from the get-go. You can't decide whether you should nestle this particular section of it in the primary school, in the secondary school. You don't have enough teachers to even teach. An entire term goes and an entire nation of a group of students are in limbo and don't get educated. How on earth can you refer to that system as good?
844.
Well, it is.
Ilikuanga na similar teething problems?
Nope.
Okay. You're saying something?
Not quite. No, 844 didn't quite have those problems.
Well, I wasn't there, but every time these guests come in here, they usually say that every other system, as you start, of course, it has its teething problems, and of course, not with the exception of
is it similar to this one?
Yes.
That's why the answer is no.
Okay.
It had its teething issues, yes, but not like this.
Not like this one.
No.
So what basically I was saying is that in our region, looking at the quality of the education that people have, it's one of the best. That's what I meant. Not necessarily. I know our system has issues. We have problems that if, of course, they are solved, they are addressed, things will be quite different. But now, looking at what we have young people outside here who are so creative. Yeah? They are learned, they are so creative. So like you're saying, some of these systems that we want to buy outside from abroad, we want to import, costing us billions of money, yet we have brains in our country that can
for a fraction of the cost.
Yes, so that's what I was actually advocating for. These brains in our country can be used to come up with solutions to some of the problems that we're having, like this system that these young boys have done. Imagine at high school level, if ikichukuliwa na washiko mkono vizuri, they get the funding that they need, they get all the support that they need. I think itasaidia sana, because our issue is to get a solution to this beast, this ghost, which is corruption, that is costing us more than what we will incur in supporting these brains.
So if you open page 6, page 30 and 31 of the Standard, this is what you're going to see. Chan hosting rights in jeopardy after security breaches and tickets mess. So ticket chaos and political meddling are threatening Kenya's Chan 2024 quarter-final hosting rights as politicians flaunt stacks of tickets and fans storm gates. The FKF and LOC are in the dock. Yeah. So Football Kenya Federation and local organizing committee wanasema manzejo waseni aje manzejo mnachoma. City tunachoma na tunachoma vibaya sana. And we might not be able to host the quarterfinals and the finals as well. Are we hosting the finals though?
The thing is this, remember we talked about how we've evolved this process we refer to as corruption. Corruption is not what we've evolved. No. What we've evolved is impunity. Corruption is the outcome of impunity.
True.
Where people do wrong because they know they can do wrong and because they know they can get away with it. And it has grown and then it has spread. So everybody who thinks they're an entrepreneur is thinking of something utterly corrupt as part of the process of making money. It is, call it a deal, call it whatever you want to call it. It's actually outright theft, but we find ways of giving it a name that is acceptable. There is no process available to people other than plundering straight, where you can become wealthy in a day or two, in a week, in a month, in a year. It's not possible. People who make money and make huge amounts of it and make it in a short time are people who live in countries and economies where what Patricia is talking about is valued. So the patent of that, when it is applied, makes you money. And if the application involves very many people, then it means very many people consume it. So that consumption involves money being paid. Some of that money comes to you. You become wealthy that way. But you've created value. We have people who are wealthy and there is no value attached to the wealth. You can't see what they have done to get that wealth. They're not even growing onions. They don't even have hair salons. Simple businesses. You can't say this business has grown and is now in 12 counties. So you can see where the wealth is coming from. People are just wealthy because they are wealthy. And when it is explained, they are good at doing business. Which one? Which? What? The businesses come after. And you don't even know how successful those businesses are. So I'm simply saying that when you have this discussion about the situation we find ourselves in, believe me, what you're talking about is mild. It will harm us in ways that we cannot imagine. Mm-hmm. And the reason is because the people perpetrating this know they can get away with it. And that's where accountability comes in. Accountability tells you, no, you can't. You cannot get away with it. That is not what you're supposed to do.
So our planning, in my opinion then, in light of what you've said, as far as our Chan hosting is concerned, either we didn't plan properly or someone received monies to ensure that this is done right, but they're just not doing it. Because, and yes, we have hooliganism as far as the football is concerned, for sure, and it's a fact. Tusijidanganye. But the moment politicians are involved in these processes, to be honest, as far as politicians, and there's this video, I don't know if you guys have seen it, of this MP flaunting words of cash. He's called Zahir Janda, yeah? Mm-hmm. Flaunting words of cash. And I'm not saying that he's involved in this particular chance situation, but I'm just saying that if politicians are meddling in our sports in the way that they are, my friend, then we have a huge problem.
But what don't they meddle in? Tell me. Right now, I'm looking at The Nation on page 2.
Yeah.
Inside damning education report that upset lawmakers. I'm going to read this.
Yes.
A lobby group's assessment of the state of education has angered members of parliament ahead of a planned 2-day conference starting August the 20th. The lawmakers dismissed the criticism on the implementation of the competency-based curriculum and alleged corruption in the allocation of school bursary kitties that are controlled by politicians. In a tense meeting with officials of Elimubara Working Group yesterday, members of the National Assembly Committee on Education said that the report was poorly researched and overly negative. They demanded that the document be reworked. The lobby group in its report decried delayed disbursement of funds to schools and teacher shortages. They noted that the country's education system is faced with monumental challenges that threaten the very fabric of the nation. They are not saying something that is new.
Yes.
When somebody says that this criticism is overly negative, you really do need to document and explain why you're saying it is negative and where the negativity is in the report. If you understand the consistency with which this lobby group has been talking about education and what, not yesterday, not today, they've been doing it for a long time.
Yes.
They do understand it, they do know it, and they are simply telling you what they see and what they have found. If in the year 2023-2024, 628 billion was allocated to education, that is a huge amount of money. Huge. How then do you explain all these gaps that we keep talking about in education? Because disbursements for capitation are delayed. Now, once that is delayed, the students suffer. Schools that are boarding cannot run. Very many things that function in school cannot happen. If you have a new system and you don't even have enough teachers to teach in that system, you want to introduce science, and the science you want to teach, those trained and competent to do it are in secondary school, and yet you want to ensure that the people who are making that transition are put in primary schools where you don't have the requisite personnel to train. I'm giving you an example of the many things which were lacking. And again, it's back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And all these things have to do with politicians and the way they think and the way they go about their business. So when somebody points it out, it's negative. It's not, it's just true. It's not negative.
Yeah. It's the truth.
Yes.
So they politicize everything.
Yes. All right.
If it doesn't favor them,
Yeah.
wanasema it's
it
unfair.
paints them in a in a light that they don't want to be painted in. Yes.
All right. So what else is in the papers, City Muga?
Well, this one, the headlines of the Daily Nation: alarm, bang in the middle of the paper. Alarm as IBC risks bungling mini polls. The polls agency has scheduled several parliamentary and ward by-elections on November 27th, but the legality of the date has been contested by critics who argue it falls beyond a 90-day constitutional limit that exposes conduct of the vote to a legal challenge. The courts have to come in and interpret the situation for us and tell us what one does, because that date and the expiration of it has been talked about a long time ago. Because the question kept being asked, if we keep delaying this IEBC for formation and the commission, my friend, there are many things that are going to be unconstitutional thereafter. And now what was spoken of has come to be. Okay?
Yep.
Intrigues, this is the Business Daily, that sunk Nairobi Mombasa Expressway dream. Yes, the 468 billion highway mega project collapsed amid fallouts. What is it? The Treasury has rejected a proposal to build a 468 billion expressway linking Nairobi and Mombasa amid fallouts about the financial muscle of the private firms behind the project, prohibitive land acquisition costs, and lack of policy sweeteners that would guarantee the venture sustainability. The ambitious 4-lane greenfield highway stretching 500 kilometers was championed by an American private equity, Everstrong Capital, through Kenya subsidiary Usahihi Limited. It was to be developed under a PPP, public-private partnership. But, in this country, when you hear of such a thing, those who were involved in this deal,
yes,
there's a place they have not agreed. Who does what, who gets what, when they get it, and so forth. This story of that superhighway has been with us for long.
True.
Tukubali yaishe.
It has been with us for long.
Na nikikwambia hapa tutazima country nadhani ni jokes. Haya, Patricia.
At the Star, biggest
Gazeti
story.
yako nasemaje?
Yes, on the Star, the biggest story is about the payout to those affected by the police protest brutality.
Yes.
The victims, yeah. And this is what it says, protest brutality victims to receive payout next month. And of course, we have photos of those victims of that protest brutality. And those who will be involved, who will be included, they're saying are families of those who are killed, injured survivors, and the police. So, let me just read a bit what Macau says here. That the government will, from next month, begin compensating victims of police brutality in what is being billed as one of the most decisive responses to rights violations in recent years. President William Ruto's senior advisor on constitutional affairs, Professor Macau Mutua, who is spearheading the initiative, told the Star that he is raising against time to establish a compensation committee to start processing claims. In a politically significant move, Ruto tapped Macau, a close ally of opposition leader Raila Odinga, to oversee the process. The appointment comes as a notable nod to Raila, who for years has made victim compensation a central rallying call during his campaigns and public address.
I mean, it's a good thing. People will be compensated, but also let's remind ourselves how they got there.
Yes.
Yeah. You don't go create a problem and then now just throw money at it and hope it will go away. And the reason I'm saying don't create a problem, it's because it could have been prevented. The president has the capacity to ensure that protests are peaceful.
Does he?
Yeah, he does. He does.
Does he?
He has the capacity. Look, he does have the capacity. We know that the police is independent. The police, whatever, the National Police Service or
is
Kenya
independent
Police,
in courts, huh?
Well, in the constitution it is independent.
It is independent, yes.
All right, whether in courts or otherwise, hiyo ni story ya hapa nje. Sawa sawa. But the president has got the political power to ensure that we have peaceful.
And I'm asking, does he?
He has the political power. Or
Really?
maybe you can expand, because I might be
Now,
missing
I'm
the
asking
point.
the question because one of the things that I have observed over time, not in this country
Right.
only, but in other countries as well, when you have the sort of problems that we have, it doesn't just speak of the presidency or the president, it speaks of the power structure around the presidency. And one of the things that is a given in any such structure, and ours gets even more complex because of the people who are involved and the diversity of it, there are many centers of power. The assumption is that the president is the one who has the final say. That is not necessarily true. That is not necessarily true. And the assumption also is that the president knows everything that is happening. That is also not necessarily true. He gets security briefing. He gets intelligence briefings. Believe me, given what happens on a daily basis and the priorities that the executive has, there are things that can slip through the cracks, and those who are close know this. And those are the cracks that people take. If there is a culture of theft, see me, I'm not calling it anything else because that's what it is, within a system, you can rest assured that very many people within that system will have crafted their own way of benefiting from this system that is there. And it may even work outside the purview of the person who we know is head of the chief executive officer. That is what happens. Look at this government and the mongrel nature of it. What we call a coalition government or what we call a broad-based government, it is genuinely broad-based. Look at how it was formed first. Look at who else they brought in. And these people brought in their own people. And interests were aligned when they were coming together. Do you think they're aligned now? That's what I'm saying.
But I'm also asking you, are we saying that the president is incapable of ensuring that we have peaceful protests in this country?
I am saying the president is not as powerful as people assume. He has powers. He has political might. The goodwill we speak of that a president needs to have with the people is the same goodwill he needs to have with the people he's doing the business of politicking with. And sometimes people fall out. And when they fall out, then you see things happening in ways that you could not anticipate. But unfortunately for the president, the buck stops with him.
So basically what I hear from CT is that our president has got political might, but he's just not politically almighty. All right, that is where we come to an end as far as this segment is concerned. A big shout out to a couple of people here before we get into the news. Kuna jamaa anaitwa Siaji the Kikombe, hivyo ndivyo tunamuitanga, tulikuwa naye Kenyatta University, and he has said Mongala Mbuvi na kuona na city, that's wisdom on steroids, kazi poa tena sana. So pokea salamu za siaji.
Asante sana brother, asante.
And a couple of others, of course. Let me see. Who do we have here? Kuna watu hapa wameingia katika mtandao wanatusalimia. Perhaps I'll check them out. Felix Tanga FT, how are you doing? There's Ken Kalahari. A very good morning to you. James Chuchu. Ala, good morning. And then we also have Shihembets.
Ni jina yake baba.
You know, sometimes I'm usually afraid of saying these names, because I might end up.
Apologize first.
My DNA might first.
Then proceed to do whatever you're doing with it.
Yes, my DNA sometimes can embarrass me. But anyway, thank you so much, guys, for tuning in. We are going into the news with Winnie Maganga. Alafu tukirudi, of course, we shall be introducing our guest and our topic of the day.
It's 7:01.
The sound is fine, pump it up, turn it high, all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. 2 men have been charged in Nairobi court over 230 million shilling land fraud and forgery. Patrick Kamau and Peter Wanjiru face charges for fraudulently acquiring 1 hectare plot worth 230 million Kenya shillings, falsely claiming allocation by the Nairobi County Government. Both pleaded not guilty to the charges, with the case set for pre-trial directions on September 17th.
I do not go within the Republic of Kenya, jointly with others not before courts, and then to be found, reports a letter of allotment for land allotment number 209/11.1, measuring 1.03 hectares, valued at approximately 230 million, supporting it to be genuine and valid letter of allotment issued by the Nairobi City County to Bahati Development Welfare Association.
Deputy President Kithure Kindiki has said the government will not reverse its decision to make it easier for Kenyans living near border areas to get national identity cards. He said the directive issued by President William Ruto aims to end past discriminatory practices that targeted certain communities. Speaking on Tuesday during a meeting with members of parliament from northern Kenya at his official residence in Karen, Nairobi, Professor Kindiki stressed that the policy is here to stay. The DP assured that the government is focused on fair and equal treatment of all Kenyans.
Every part of Kenya needs to be treated equally, and the places that have lagged behind needs affirmative action. So I'm very happy with some of those policy interventions around the IDs and the discriminatory practices that were there. It's made some people uncomfortable, as it should, because of course if you are sectarian, you will not be comfortable with some of the things that we do.
There is no cause for alarm of alleged standoff between the National Police Service Commission and the National Police Service over multi-billion payroll and HR functions in the draft regulations. This is according to Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen. The CS dismissed fears of a rift, saying he will be the one to present the regulations to Parliament for consideration, and was optimistic that the two entities will strike a balance. He was speaking during a press conference at the start of the 28th Jukwaa Usalama Security Engagement in Nakuru County.
I am going to ensure that we strike a balance between the role of the Commission and the role of the police service itself. And to start with, I have a meeting tomorrow with the Commission and the IG, and then we will work together until we find a solution. This is a very sensitive sector. We do not intend to see any wrangles.
Kiharu Member of Parliament Ndindi Nyoro is urging the government to expand key highways without introducing toll charges. Nyoro says such fees amount to double taxation for Kenyan road users. Speaking at his Nairobi office on Tuesday, the lawmaker said that the strategic road corridors such as the Nairobi-Nakuru-Mau Summit and Nairobi-Mombasa highways should be upgraded through direct government funding rather than public-private partnerships that require motorists to pay tolls. He said introducing toll fees will undermine the ease of doing business.
The Ministry of Roads now through Kenha is in the process of coming up with ways of tolling our roads or instituting charges on the usage of roads. And this may impact on the roads that are already built, but also on the projects that are in the pipeline to be built. Roads infrastructure plays a critical role, but we have to always look at the cost of usage of this infrastructure. Of note is the road from the one we know is called Mau Summit, Rironi Mau Summit Road, or Nairobi Nakuru Mau Summit Road, others may call it that way. And in the initial stage, we are talking about close to 170 kilometers of road.
At least 40 people have been killed in an attack on a camp for displaced people in Sudan's western Darfur region, according to an aid group that works there. The Abu Shouk Emergency Response Room said Monday's assault was carried by the Rapid Support Forces. The resistance committee in nearby El Fasher city, made up of local citizens and activists, also reported this. El Fasher, which came under intense attack as well, it is the last major foothold in Darfur for the army and its allies, which have been fighting the paramilitary RSF in the 2-year civil war. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio.
I've never seen anything like this.
But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey.
You got it locked.
Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Very good morning to you. How are you doing? It is 8 minutes past 7 o'clock. My name is Mungana Mbuvi. Tuko naye City Muga in studio. City, I'm just looking at our YouTube feed and salamu zako ni nyingi sana. For instance, we do have Marion Mbogwa. Good morning, Marion. Desmond Ortiz anasema gotea City. The Kikombe again on YouTube saying sipping from the port of peace. Did you know that if you earned $1 million Kenya shillings per month, it would take you 83 years to earn $1 billion, and that if you don't spend a single cent of your salary. Yeah, and he also goes on to say, as a teacher, I am with CT on the issue of education. Our implementation is our Achilles heel. Beatrice Omanwa, good morning. How are you doing? Hussein Kelvin, good morning. CT Muga, wisdom all the way. Geoffrey Mogaka, good morning. Wangwana. Football sure tips. Football sure tips. It's a channel on YouTube, obviously commenting on this. But anyway, good job, football sure tips. Amekusalimia pia. And then we also have Daniel Wandera. Is this the Daniel Wandera I went to school with?
Kuambia kama ni yeye.
Nijibu tu hapo kwa YouTube kama ni yeye. So Daniel Wandera anasema City Muga, good morning. Could you please call out the hypocrisy in UDA leadership? So guys, keep on sending your feedback. Also on X, I shall be reading some of those. That is at Radio Gen KE. But right now though, we are having a different conversation. And in studio with us, we do have Dr. Bill Morioki. He is the KMPDU branch secretary of Central Kenya. And we want to focus on Kiambu health crisis kidogo. I thought Kiambu was actually doing very well. But Daktari, Bill Muriuki, welcome to Radio Generation.
Asante sana.
Yes, nimeona wewe na City. Mnajua na place nyingine ama umeimtreat?
Mimi namjua, sidhani ananijua.
Lakini hujamtibu mahali?
Sijamtibu.
Najua kuna confidentiality ya madaktari, but kama kuna kitu umeitibu yenye tunafaa kujua saizi utuambie.
Nakuuliza.
Yes.
Surely if there's a doctor.
Right.
The relationship, must it be health related? We could be relatives.
Yeah.
Hey, but Murioki, Muga.
You narrow-minded Kenyan, what makes you think you are within that age bracket where the one Kenya story should be preeminent? So what if his name is Murioki? It's just a name.
Sawa city. Sawa.
So unaitwa mbuvi.
Sasa juu watu wamesema uko na wisdom, sasa unaniingilia.
Sikuingili na kujibu.
Okay. Sawa. But maybe mnakunyonga kahawa pamoja, which is a good thing. Which is a good thing, right?
Yeah. Hata saizi tunakunywa kahawa.
Exactly. Yeah, welcome to Radio Generation once again.
Asante mbuvi.
Kiambu has a health crisis. Me, the last time I checked, Kiambu has got good things going on there. You have there's this Suji level what hospital. I remember Governor Wamatangi at one point was launching. Maybe you can tell us where is the crisis as far as health is concerned in Kiambu?
Okay, so thank you, Mbuvi. The problem we have in Kiambu is an issue that has been there. It's a bit systemic. Even as late as yesterday, there was a story I think that was circulating on Facebook where there was a lady who had lost her pregnancy and she had not gotten medical help, and it had caused a lot of a lot of chaos down at Kiambu level 5. We've also seen the story recently of a child who died at Igegania. There was also a story again. Just
why did this child die?
It is a very complicated story because now that ties into the systemic issues.
Okay.
Because the problem we have in Kiambu is, I think, it's an issue that ties the problem we have with devolution, whereby you find certain counties are really not prioritizing health. So you find a county government that feels the political currency of investing in healthcare and putting money there and giving better services just doesn't have the political returns that, for example, distributing fertilizer or giving farmers kind of things or building roads and structures has.
Perhaps if you know, let us know, how about in the last financial year, for instance, how much money was allocated to healthcare in Kiambu?
The exact figure has changed,
yes,
but health in every county takes the largest budget because it's the largest devolved function. In fact, I think the other functions are largely still controlled by the national government. So the cake for Kiambu, health still takes the largest budget. The only issue you have with Kiambu is such a large county. In fact, it's the second largest if you think about it from Nairobi. But then the county government treats it like a small county because the kind of investments you need to do in Kiambu. A lot of people live in Nairobi and go to hospital in Kiambu, and Kiambu borders a lot of counties. Yeah. So now the amount of money you'd need to put would have to be way more as a percentage than what other counties put because you are technically a metropolitan county.
Yeah. So I'm still curious to find out the child you've just mentioned.
Yes.
What happened?
Okay, so now the child we mentioned, unfortunately, it was actually day 2 of our doctor strike that is now nearing 80 days. Yes. And what happened with this child, the child was sick. They came to hospital. The hospital, it's a Gegania level 4, but technically it's just a glorified health center. There was a doctor there. The doctor, because even during the strike we provide minimum service, which means there's a doctor at casualty that has to see all emergencies. So
despite the strike, there's at least a doctor attending to. Okay,
that's one of the things we did in Kiambu, and that's one of the reasons we have a very prolonged strike. Because remember, once you provide emergency services, if you have an intransigent county, then they can get comfortable with just emergency services. That's why most times people argue even internally, let's just withdraw everybody, let's have a very painful strike but a short one. But as we chose to go the other path, that's why you can see we are now almost going 3 months. So when the child came, the child was seen by a doctor. The doctor was there, but the child needed referral because this was a very critical child. Igegania level 4 doesn't have a pediatrician, doesn't have critical care, and therefore it technically refers to Thika. Now, due to the politicization of health within the county, certain transfers require approvals. So when they tried to transfer to Thika, the county had a problem with it because
this is transfer the child, the patient.
Yeah, refer the child to Thika level 5 because part of our emergency service protocol is the small hospitals, as much as there's a doctor there, refer to the big centers where we have more doctors. So the county thought it was part of the strike referrals, and therefore they refused the referral. And the person denying this referral has not seen this child. So this child, even in normal times, even if there was no strike, would still need to be referred to Thika. So when the referral to Thika was denied, this child came at 9. The doctors saw them at around 11. So when the referral to Thika was denied, it is actually the nurses at the level of the facility that thought we need to find a solution for this child. They looked for beds outside the county, calling different hospitals, and they found a bed for this child at Maragua. Maragua is in the neighboring Murang'a County. Now, for you to refer someone outside the county, it requires the express approval of the county government, because they look at it as losing revenue.
By county government, you mean the governor or the CEC?
Actually, the exact officer is the CEC, and there's a memo to this. Now, when the CEC is asked to refer a child out, again, the approval never came. So even by the time this doctor was going home at 4, the child was still there at casualty, just sick and deteriorating. The ambulance was still parked there, but the ambulance can't leave because the approval has not come. And in fact, when the child succumbed at 5, was certified dead at 5:45. If you saw the clip that went round, the grandfather was holding the child crying. Next 11 months. It was an 11-month boy next to the ambulance, and the ambulance was just parked there because everybody was waiting for the approval. Yeah. And you see, these are the situations where you see public services are bad, because if it was a different kind of social circumstances, someone would get an ambulance from outside, a private ambulance, or even get a friend with a car. But then most of these families would really require that ambulance.
Daktari, let me ask you, were you there yourself?
At Igegania?
Yeah, when this child was... Okay. Why didn't someone just advise these parents that, look, this is actually going to take time. Your child is in critical condition. They might not reach 5 p.m.
Yes.
Because I'm sure the child was there like from what?
The child came at 7 in the morning.
7 in the morning.
Yes.
So by the time, because I'm sure someone saw this, whether it's a nurse, another doctor, a clinical officer, I'm sure someone saw this child and they were like, my friend, huyu anaweza kosa kumaliza leo. Mpelekeni Murang'a, mpelekeni Nairobi, tokeni hapa ikibidi mwende Kisumu, endeni Kisumu. In your opinion, and I know you weren't there, but why can't someone just do that?
Actually, a part of the story I'm not telling you, it's around 11, the child was referred. They gave them a letter to go to a private facility there near Mangu, where Mangu is. There's let me call it a faith-based organization. I think it's called Cardinal Otunga. It's a church-based hospital.
Okay.
But when the family went there, they could not afford the deposit that was required. So they were technically stuck within the government system now. And that's why I was saying, if it was a different situation of different socioeconomic conditions, most people would get themselves out of that situation. But now when they were stuck there, because once they were told, take this letter, there's a good hospital down the road, please go to this one, and they realized the deposit that was required, because this child required critical care. They can't afford it. They come back. And the reason they had settled on Maragua has a pediatrician and has critical care services.
So this faith-based hospital denied care to this child? Because essentially that's what you're saying, Doc.
Yeah. I wouldn't use the word denied, because denied means I can give it to you. It's just that you can't meet the conditions.
But they could have given this child care. It's just that this deposit, I don't know how much it was. Let's even assume it was 50K. These parents don't have 50K. So wanaambiwa, bila 50K... essentially itabidi mtoto wako amekufa.
Mbovi, you're opening up a larger conversation, because that's what most people actually die from. Where you go to a hospital, you're told you need ICU, you need $500,000 deposit. There are few people in this country who are lucky they can make a few phone calls and the money is found. So a lot of these private facilities, including even faith-based organizations, have just those policies. And na shida wataki is mtu mgonjwa akuja kuamilie kwao. And that's why most of these people require a deposit. It's almost like a filtering mechanism. And it's very sad. That's why you can see such issues. In fact, it goes back to the root of why are even doctors on strike again.
So I spoke to Dr. Miskela. I'm sure you know him. He's the Deputy Secretary General of KPMD. And he was mentioning about the Kiambu strike. He told us at the point when he came to the studio, I think you guys were on day like 73. Now you've said you're on day 80. And one thing that I asked the same question to Dr. and I asked him, like, doctors will go on strike, and we understand that you guys are agitating for your rights, and it's your right to actually do it. But I asked him about this issue of people dying, and I asked him, is there nothing that can be done? You can ignore watu wamekuja hapo na homa, mtu anataka kung'olewa jino, huyo mnaweza acha naye aende akameze paracetamol atapona. But here's an 11-month-old child. I don't know what you guys feel about it as doctors. Yes.
No, but you can see that's why we are moving now to a situation where, as I said, we are providing minimum service.
Yes.
Remember, this boy was seen by a doctor, and this is a very highly qualified doctor. I think she's been working in Kiambu since 2018. That's give or take 7 years. So this is a very senior doctor in service, and unfortunately, for those of us who believe in providing such minimum service, to address the issue you're talking about, when a strike prolongs for this long, then now you look like you're the people who then do not understand what is required to get things done.
What were you striking about?
We went on strike for several issues. Amongst them, the first problem was shortage of doctors, right? Kiambu has the worst ratio of doctors to citizens, even in central Kenya.
Explain worst.
Pardon?
Explain worst.
There are WHO standards, which are very good, but the Ministry of Health have customized our standards to like what is realistic in Kenya. So if I take a neighboring county like Nyeri, for example, it has one doctor for 5,000 people. You take a you take a county like Murang'a, it has like 1 to around 6,000 people. But when you come to Kiambu, you're talking about 1 is to almost 12,000 people. Because remember, Kiambu has a citizenry of almost 3 million people. It's 2.8 million. Yet it has only 300 doctors, right? Yet Murang'a and Nyeri have like 150, but the population is 700,000. You can see the difference between these things is significant. You almost have 3 million people, but you only have double the number of these neighboring counties. And remember again, the number of people who will go to hospital in Nyeri likely are from just Nyeri, and the neighboring counties are also rural, so it's not as quite as large. But you can imagine Kiambu, how many people even live here and just meet on Kiambu Road. Yeah. All those people technically are in Kiambu, Tindigwa, all these places that we consider urban, these are Kiambu towns. Thika, even Thika, a big town like that, feels very urban nowadays.
Then your neighbors.
Then Nairobi, yes. In fact, very many people in Nairobi, when they have a problem, they'll rush to Kiambu.
And it's just like what he said. You could be working in Nairobi, but you live in the Ruiru, Thika, huko Kiambu County.
The jam right now on Thika Road can even show you these two counties are technically one. I remember during lockdown, President Uhuru used to lock both of us in. Nairobi and Kiambu, because these are the same people. You can't really put a divide between those two counties, and those numbers are so bad because, for example, if you look at Kiambu in the last just 1 year, we've had 2 doctors commit suicide. Right?
Come again.
I think you saw the story of a doctor from Gatundu and another doctor from Thika level 5. These are doctors who have worked, because you're having doctors that work almost 76 hours. A 76-hour shift, if you wanted to count it, it means you work today morning, the way you've come to studio now.
Yes.
When people go home, you remain.
Yeah.
You stay, you work night. Tomorrow, people come and find you city and move here.
Yeah.
You continue. They go home, you continue and cover the night. Then now, today is when? Tuesday?
Yes. No, today is Wednesday.
Today is Wednesday. Now on Friday morning when they come, you do the rounds, you see them, you run the clinics. At 5 when they're going home, you join them. Now that's a very tired doctor. In fact, it's the kind of thing that if someone was to tell you the person who's about to attend to your loved one, your mother, has not even been home or has showered since Wednesday, you tell them, apana sitaki huyo. In fact, I usually compare us to like the airline industry. If you're about to board a plane and you're told this pilot since Monday
hajalala,
hajaoga, hajaona kwake, nguo zake ziko kwa gari, anabadilishanga hapo, wet wipes, you go back. You know, you'd even say,
you're not boarding that plane.
I am not that desperate to travel. Exactly. And that's why the airline industry doesn't take chances with that, because the risk of that mistake is so high, and some of them you can't even restitute justice.
You can imagine plunging a plane to the ground that has got 200 souls.
Exactly, because you're tired.
It's crazy, yeah.
So, but the problem with healthcare now, people don't. That's why I said if you really don't value it as a service, mostly because it doesn't have political currency, the way politicians look at things with political currency, then you have a problem. That's why we've lost 2 doctors. And this is suicide. We have very many who are now in addiction. Family breakdown. You can imagine you haven't seen your family for so long, you're always out. So we have,
unapata bibi yako amepata bwana mwingine
bas and then does that bibi yako anakuambia uko na bibi mwingine kazini. So now not only are you big overworked, you're also big falsely accused. So we have those kind of things, and the issue of that becomes an issue where you can say, okay, on this you'd rather even close a hospital and people know there's no doctor than opening a hospital so that people assume there's a doctor.
Daktari, mimi niko na swali. Kuna clinical officers, kuna doctors, kuna nurses, right? It's doctors who are currently on strike.
Yes. Doctors, pharmacists, and dentists.
So are the CEOs in office?
Yes, they're still working.
Okay.
Yeah.
But they're insufficient still.
Yeah, even their numbers are very, very low. Very, very low. But then remember, according to the medical board guidelines, there's so many things clinical officers are not allowed to do. So you end up,
give me something like, if I go to a hospital today, a CEO can't do.
For example, if you came to the hospital with your wife in labor and they require the cesarean section, a clinical officer can't touch that patient. Right?
That has to be an OBGYN.
Yes, an OBGYN.
Okay.
Now, you need like surgery on something, a clinical officer won't do that.
Sorry, a surgery on?
Like a major surgery. You need your abdomen open, those kind of things. There's so many things clinical officers are not even allowed by law to do. So even if you have them, you're still really handicapping the health sector and the service provision. So yeah, I was just mentioning numbers was the first one. The second one was promotions. You know, people look at promotions as very self-serving, but let me just explain what usually happens. As a doctor, you've studied for 6 years. You become what people call a general practitioner. After that, if you want to specialize and become a consultant specialist, you go back to school another 5-6 years.
For your masters now?
Now for your masters.
Okay.
Now that's when you become a neurosurgeon. So that's almost 12 years at this point. Now what happens in counties like Kiambu is you have this person who's been to school for almost 12-13 years. They're a neurosurgeon, but you still pay them and recognize them as a junior doctor. Right, to save money, because the schemes of service shows that once this person moves here, this should be in this job group and therefore they should be compensated at this level. But then they know that's not what they want to do. And if you ever want to kill the morale of someone, it's exactly that, because now you have a very demotivated person. That on paper you're an orthopedic surgeon, you're doing orthopedic cases, you're fixing those shoes, knees, you're doing hip replacements, but officially and on your pay slip you're recognized as a junior doctor.
Saving money for what exactly?
That's the thing. It depends on how you look at the politics you want to play. In our assessment, if you look at healthcare as a burden, you will not put money there, even if you're elected today governor city. Because, for example, if you come here and you build a new big block, people can see it. But if you go take a very highly trained psychiatrist to treat all the shoshos with dementia and all those Alzheimer's, you know, very many people won't know that's what city has in governor city has invested in.
Yeah.
And therefore now as a politician, when Mbuvi starts saying huyu governor aende tambili ama moja, it becomes harder to show people what you've done. So healthcare, in fact we usually argue healthcare you can't even look at it as part of the wage bill.
Yeah.
Because it is development, right? If I come to a town, like for example, that doesn't have an orthopedic surgeon, and so many people suffer from arthritis and very painful joints, what they need more than a road is someone where they know, if I just walk down there and I get to that health facility, I'm being seen by a doctor as qualified as the one in Nairobi hospital. That's development.
Yeah.
Right? I don't even need to build a tarmac road in a small dusty town to convince them that I'm bringing development. That's what improves people's lives. So that's when you ask, where is this money for, or what for? It's technically priorities, because the ones who do well with healthcare, you really need to have a mindset shift around healthcare.
Actually, there's something I've often wondered about since the promulgation of this new constitution and the formation of these county governments. When you look at the performance of our counties vis-a-vis the activities that we associate with their governors, do you think that the citizenry of Kenya have understood what it is that they need to understand in a person before they give them that job?
To be honest, I don't think so. I think we are still grappling with trying to understand what exactly should a governor do. What exactly should development look like? What exactly are we looking for someone to do? And that's why you can see even now, sorry to bring in national politics, when you see people wanting to do empowerment programs that give those kind of things, but then at the heart of it you wonder, okay, fine, I want a governor who can sit around, be advised by people and tell them, listen, this county has this number of children, we need to hire this number of pediatricians, these are the kind of cases we need to move around, so let's build a theater, let's build an ICU, right? If you, that's the personality and the character of the person who needs to become a governor.
But let me ask a different question that maybe can piggyback on this. Would you say the citizenry know what they want?
I'd say I think that's the debate that is going now. in the country. I think with all the turmoil and all, there's clearly a sense of change in the country, and it's because we are now starting to have this discussion. What exactly do we want? In fact, during the empowerment program, when people were being given things, there was quite a huge discussion around: is this what exactly we want? Is this exactly what a good governor, a good leader should be doing for you?
You know, there's one I once came across an MP. Devolution had come in, and Devolution hadn't come in, but we had CDF. Okay, and I take note because originally I came from that constituency. It's called Nyando in Kisumu County, and there was a member of parliament, and I'll mention him by name because what he did I found remarkable. It's called Engineer Nyamunga. When the CDF came, one of the things he first did was every ward had an account.
Oh, that's good.
Ward under a councillor. Okay? And there was a committee. Long before the money even arrived, every ward would talk about what they would like and what they prioritize. Them.
That's really good, yeah.
So it was known. So when the money came, it was divvied out. So you couldn't say he has the money because he doesn't have it. He has divvied it out. His job was now to look and to determine whether the things that these people said they were going to do is what they are doing. Now they couldn't come back to him and tell him this. Said it is you
who says,
and your ward, your people, because attend those meetings, who said this is what you want.
Yeah.
What do you do with the money?
Yeah.
Now, I'm giving this example to show somebody who had an idea of how to empower your people.
Yeah.
You will make that mistake in the first year, maybe. Second year, you'll be thinking differently.
Yeah.
Because if you are the councillor, this is where you come from. These are the people who have elected you. So this man had understood devolution before devolution came into being.
For sure.
Now, that's the perspective I am asking. The county governor has a parliament. It's called an
County
assembly.
Yeah.
Okay. The MCAs. The decisions he can't make without these people passing it.
For sure.
So I'm going back to the basics. Do you think these people who are elected at that level understand the functions and duties that they have, and B, the power that they have? Because in their absence, that governor can't do very much.
For sure. Yeah.
So my question, do they understand?
I think there are certain sectors that you can say people can easily understand. If I come from a certain ward and I've lived there are small things I can tell you. Fixing the lighting here would really change the lives of the people who live here. The only thing that usually becomes a bit tricky, I don't think it's the only thing, but like what I think obviously becomes tricky is healthcare. Because healthcare is one of those sectors, even you, when you go to hospital, you don't know what you need. In fact, when you walk in, all you know is, as we were talking earlier, is what you feel. You don't know whether you'll need an MRI scan. You don't know whether you'll need to be admitted. Yeah, surgery, which medication. So with healthcare, it becomes hard for those needs to come from the citizenry or the elected leaders, because even they themselves cannot really predict, okay, what exactly is required here. And that's where you can see organizations such as KMA, KDA, these associations of doctors usually want to really step in and advise. Because now someone will tell you, you know what Nyando, as you're talking about, really requires? It requires more medication maybe for malaria. Right? Someone can even say, in fact, you don't even need the medication. What you need are nets. This is now a public health professional who will come and tell you, if we invest in nets for mosquitoes, it will reduce the malaria count by way more than treating malaria per person, for example. Healthcare professionals are the ones who will tell you, we need to invest in screening kits for prostate cancer, because as much as you might hire 5 oncologists, the drugs, the cost to the healthcare system is so high to treat one prostate cancer patient than holding camp screening for prostate cancer. So to your question, CT, I think there are things that the citizenry of Kenya is coming alive to. And in fact, you can see people like Morara became very popular from going to development projects and saying, look at what they're saying this is. And someone can start thinking, wow, all you're building is a toilet. That school doesn't need that first when, for example, it doesn't have a roof. But then when it comes to healthcare, there's still a huge structural deficiency to expect of the citizenry to go and demand, we need this kind of doctor, we need this kind of medicine, this kind of machine.
Actually, the reason why I ask, Kiambu is a very unique county.
Yeah.
Unique in this sense. In terms of a large population of people who are not originally from Kiambu, it has a huge population. A migrant community who are there.
Yeah.
2, in terms of people who are educated and who actually are knowledgeable, there is a huge number
that's true
of people who come from Kiambu County who understand. Now the question I want to ask is this. When you talk about people who elect, there are those who influence elections. They may not particularly participate, but they influence because they have money. Kiambu also has very many wealthy people.
For sure.
Okay?
For sure, yes.
Now, given these resources that Kiambu has, how can it be said that there is an absence of an adequate knowledge support that the county government has to actually run the county the way it should?
Yeah. No, I don't think the absence is of knowledge support. I think what we are seeing now is you can even have advisors, but you first have to be advisable. Right? You can have knowledge support, but you must also believe in tapping from that well of knowledge support. There are governors who do this very well, and I'll give you an example because I organize doctors across the whole central Kenya. If you look at the governor of Murang'a,
yes,
Governor Kangata, and I've been in many meetings with him, even just his demeanor and he sits quiet in meetings. That's the first governor I've noticed. You go to a meeting with him, he'll probably speak the least. I think politicians, because they speak a lot, they tend to speak most in meetings. He keeps quiet. And as you speak, the union, his team is there answering questions. He almost listens and observes. It's like someone who's just watching a show on TV like this. And what I usually like about him, sometimes you mention something and then he stops you and says, just explain to me what you've just said. What does that mean?
Yeah.
And you can see him take a pen and write. And the changes we've seen in Murang'a since the last 3 years, this is me just giving you my honest take.
What you've seen and what you've experienced.
Yeah. You can tell that is how it should work. That you can get someone who tells you, listen, here you need a cancer center. These are the numbers. You might want to build a new dispensary in a new ward, but you'd rather have a new cancer center in Murang'a because these numbers can't be sustained. And someone asks you, what does a cancer center require? A few months down the line, you're breaking ground for a cancer center. So as much as you might have the knowledge support, you might have wealthy people who are willing to support you, you first and foremost have to be someone who values that as a way of doing things. You know, the people who feel like, I've gotten here, you who are you to come and start telling me? You next time run. Yeah.
Daktari, I want to ask you this. Does Kiambu County actually have the money that you guys are asking for?
Yes. The thing for when it comes to issues of money, for healthcare, you can even look at it in two different ways. There is money you can invest in healthcare, and Kiambu County, we know it has that money because it is launching so many different projects within hospitals, but they're just buildings. Right, they're building a building. You go to third floor, fourth floor. They don't even have money to equip and put even beds there. So this is money that is being wasted. Let me tell you, Mbovi, people go to hospital to see a doctor. Even if you put a doctor under a tree, somewhere in the corner, people will go queue under a shade. Aseme ukimalizia CT ni mimi nakuja kukaa hapo. People don't go to hospital because it is fancy and it has a big bed. In fact, if you take me to a fancy place without a doctor, the first thing I want to do is to be discharged and go home. The other reason why we are sure Kiambu has money is because, remember, at the county level, the biggest revenue generator is also healthcare. It's the one place where people today, every day, even today, they will be paying money. Those on SHA, they'll get SHA reimbursements from the national government and SHA itself. So if you don't, for example, have a neurosurgeon in Gatundu, or let's pick another hospital in Wangige, today I go employ neurosurgeon CT. Every case he is doing, SHA will reimburse that money. So even if you wanted to act out of purely financial and selfish reasons, even employing doctors still works for you. Because that person, now you'll say, before we could never do hip replacements at Kihara hospital. Nowadays we do. And I'm telling you, the need for these services is huge. People travel. You can imagine how many Kenyans, for example, now, you are put in a WhatsApp group, mchange pesa mtu aende India. If you could get that doctor and hire them even in your county, when those people come to your county, you need a bone marrow transplant, where is it done? In Thika level 5. People will come. People will, even if those who don't have insurance, you have, how many WhatsApp groups are you contributing money for these things? So even from a self-preservation point of view, purely just thinking about money, Kiambu has this money. And this money, and that's why I call it an investment in healthcare, will return itself. Right? This is not like building a road where some economist has to convince you in 25 years the economy of this area will. This is direct returns, right? And anyway, where we are, as I've told you, people are committing suicides, families are breaking, people are resigning. So we are at a point where that's why we had to go on strike, unfortunately.
Right. Now, secondly, politically, we know that people are usually appointed to county assemblies. Apart from the ones who are nominated, apart from the ones who are elected. In Kiambu County, perhaps you can enlighten us. Is there someone who's been nominated, maybe who's representing workers? Because if we had such a person, perhaps this person should be fighting for you as workers of Kiambu County or and any other county for that matter. But let's focus on Kiambu because they're the ones on strike. Do we have anyone in the county assembly who is a doctor?
County assembly, no. Kiambu has around over 80 members of the county assembly. What you know in Kenya, of course, people who are nominated under different categories. The other day I saw the former CS of Treasury, the current CS. Apparently he was nominated to parliament
under workers.
So you then know, you wonder, was he a member of COTU? Was he a GS of any trade union? So even the people who come in as this nominated youth, women,
disabilities,
those are just categories. So but unfortunately at the county
we don't
assembly,
have any, whether nominated or elected.
Yes, there's no medical doctor, unfortunately. And that's part of where the problem stems, because now you lack that person who can really authoritatively say, I understand what is being discussed here, and I think this is actually what we should do. Because, for example, we've presented a petition to the county assembly. The county assembly has a standing committee on healthcare, right? That petition, moving it even through that county assembly, is taking so much time, because you now need them to ask for like a technical interpretation of what is this person discussing here, what's the categorization, for example, of something like a pediatric dentist, because I know we have a dentist and I know we have a pediatrician, but what's a pediatric dentist again? So those kind of things. So unfortunately, that's also part of the systemic issues where they stem from.
All right. Do you have an ally in the county assembly? And the reason I'm asking this is because I feel like you can get a lot more achieved through political processes such as a county assembly.
For sure.
So do you have an ally?
Yes, we have a few members of county assembly who we meet regularly, who we try to push our things through. Unfortunately, things move very slowly at that level, because what you'll notice with devolution, a lot of governors, in fact, if you're elected governor, your first problem that you have to really tackle is how you'll manage your county assembly.
Yes.
And when I say manage, most Kenyans know you need a strong, stable support within that county assembly. So moving things, especially that are contrary to what the administration at the county level envisions, tends to be hard at that level.
Okay.
However, we have political allies. I think, for example, the current senator for Kiambu, Karungo Wathangwa, we've presented a petition to the Senate. He's called for the standing committee at the Senate level, headed by Mandago, the former governor of Uasin Gishu.
Right.
So they're going to summon us to Senate. And then, because the county wanted to make Thika then later city, they've actually stopped that process now. They've said until these issues of health are resolved, I mean, what's the point of having Thika as the next city after Eldoret?
Yes.
But you don't even have functioning hospital. In fact, let me give you an example of Thika. Thika has 2 general practitioners. Thika is one of the busiest hospitals you'll ever find. Because where Thika is, it's at the border of Murang'a and Kiambu, if you know where the geography of that region. So people in a lot of this side of Murang'a come down to Thika. They come back this way. A lot of people on that Thika highway, even someone as far as Roiro, even some as far as Githurai, if they were sick, they'd think, instead of going to town, let me go up this way to Thika. Just to give you comparative numbers, the maternity at Thika delivers around, give or take, 10,000 deliveries per year.
Okay.
That's roughly the same as Pumwani. Pumwani has 87 doctors. Thika has 8. So 2 comparative hospitals. You have Pumwani in Nairobi, that is purely a maternity, but Thika has a whole maternity department that has the same number of deliveries in a year. Pumwani has like almost 8 times the number of doctors, because
and that is actually something that Dr. Miskela brought up here, and he was like, there are counties that lack neurosurgeons, you know, OBGYNs and all these other specialities, yet there's a county like, now you've mentioned Nairobi, has got an overabundance of those individuals.
Exactly.
What is stopping you from just saying check niaje as we fight over this issue? Can your governor and Sakaja just talk and say, look, simutupatie at least hata madaktari 8 ama hata 10 tu, mubaki na 70
na sisi tukupatie wengine wenye hamna.
What is stopping that conversation from happening?
I think the problem with that is most people view counties as very closed entities. In fact, some governors will tell you, unfortunately, and I've had this conversation with an actual sitting governor, why should I employ we were talking about psychiatrists, why should I employ a psychiatrist in that hospital?
Yes.
And it is so close to the border of the neighboring county, and the hospital of the neighboring county has a psychiatrist there.
Okay.
So you see, this is someone who's looking at their pot and thinking, kwangu kukikosa chakula, uzuri hapa kwa neighbor kuna kuanga na chakula.
That is a person who should never have been elected governor in the first place.
Yeah, so
but you see, you won't see his mind that way, but you will know that is what he's thinking. And majority of Kenyans unfortunately won't see that.
Yeah. And that's why it's just, when you have people who look at their counties as closed systems. You see, I've given you the example of Thika. Where Thika is, in fact, when you get to Thika town, you just go down a small depression. It's a river where Chania is, Blue Post.
Yes.
Immediately you enter Murang'a. So Thika is at the edge of Kiambu and Murang'a.
Yes.
Now, if these 2 counties could see Thika as their hospital, even Murang'a would not need to build a new, because Governor Kangata has built a new hospital at Kenol, a completely new hospital from the ground up.
Kenol iko na vitu mingi.
Yeah. Kenol has really expanded.
That Murang'a County governor is switched on.
No, he's locked in completely.
He's completely switched on.
Because even when he was talking about that hospital, he told us the way this road is being expanded as a dual carriageway all the way to Nyeri, this road will require a hospital. So he's built a new hospital from the ground up at Kenol. Kenol and Thika cannot even be 20 kilometers. It's just up the road. But if those 2 counties could work together, they would make Thika a super hospital. But that would require Murang'a to invest its resources in Thika.
When they have the option of investing it in Murang'a.
Yeah. So they need to see beyond their boundaries at certain points. But then, unfortunately for devolution, a lot of people look inwards. They don't look at, fine, why can't Nyeri, Nyandarua and Laikipia build a big pediatric center in one of their towns and say, all of us will contribute to the doctors to that place, facilities to that place, and anybody who's sick within our place can refer them.
Dr. Is this not the sort of conversation the Council of Governors ought to be having?
Exactly.
Wenye wanakataa kuauditiwa.
I said ought to be.
Yeah.
Because in all honesty, when they have those meetings, it would make tremendous amount of sense.
Yeah.
If they say, look, because of where you are situated geographically, perhaps you should, let's see how we can build a level 6 hospital for purposes of referral so that we cover these counties that are around us.
And that requires you to know that, yes, we're investing, let's say Nyanza. They say, why does this part of the country not have a hospital comparative to Kenyatta? Let us do it. And of course, most likely you'll settle on Kisumu as the place to do it.
To build it, yeah.
But that requires Governor Orengo, all the other governors to say, we are investing
the
money.
Kisumu is Professor Nyong'o. Orengo is the other place called Siaya.
Yeah,
but he's saying that for that region, for Luo Nyanza.
Yeah, it would require people like Governor Orengo to agree to put money in a different county. You see, that requires a larger conversation that you have to bring your electorate with, because actually, of course your opponent will say, huyu governor wenyu alienda kupeleka pesa yetu Kisumu, badala tujengee hapa.
You have a point, because the immediate former governor of Kakamega actually started building
Oparanya,
a level 6 hospital.
Yeah, I remember, yeah.
He understood it.
Yes.
Because a level 6 hospital is actually a national hospital.
Exactly.
The national government then comes in. It's no longer you stressing. No. And I don't know why it is that this simple thing has not been understood. Or is it understood, and yet our esteemed governors have other priorities.
That's the thing. It requires a level of thinking that, first of all, is beyond your 5-year term.
Yeah.
You're not thinking, what will my opponent that I beat last year start saying? Amepeleka pesa yetu Kisumu.
You know me, I remember when I was in KU, Professor Olive Mugenda then, how she went to China, brought money, build a level 6 hospital.
KUTRH,
yes, na akachia gava sasa. You know, and sometimes I feel like if also the institutions that government institutions can actually even start now thinking out of the box like that, perhaps, because she didn't go to the government or county government for that matter to ask for that money. She saw a need. Kenyatta University has got huge tracts of land to date. Zingine zinakulangwa tu na ng'ombe za Wamasai huko. Yeye aliamua kwenda akaenda akatafuta pesa mali alitafuta, alienda, and I remember she used to take trips to a point whereby even now people were complaining like, hey, you're traveling too much. But at the end of the day, she brought money, built a library, brought money, built a hospital, brought money and built many, even including hostels. And that's how the capacity of Kenyatta University increased in terms of intakes. So now, I'm talking about, I want to find solutions to having doctors in Kiambu back to the hospital wards. What will it take? Yes, for them to go back today, for instance.
I think today, the good thing is we've been having negotiations with the county government, so that one I'll give them, and we've moved on a lot of issues. Because, for example, one of the problems we had 10 issues. So there are so many problems. Let me give you an example. SHA has a policy where by the 9th of the month, if your employer has not submitted your premiums, your cover is cut. Now Kiambu tends to pay salaries late. In fact, on average, it pays after the 17th of the month. In fact, even now, people have not been paid July salaries. Right? Now, that means every month, by the time you're coming to pay me on 22nd, and then remember from my salary is when you'll go deduct SHA and take it later on 24th, what happens between 9th and 24th?
You're without cover.
You're without cover. And this is the cover that you as a doctor, and remember, a doctor, if you are, for example, a pediatrician, you're going into a ward full of sick babies. If anybody here has ever been a father or had a sick child, huyo mtoto ndo atawaambukiza the whole family. So this person is constantly getting sick, taking it home to their family, now their personal family, getting sick, and then you don't have cover. So part of that, for example, when we've been discussing with it, what we've come up with, and this is how you were talking about solutions.
Yes.
Other counties, what they've done, clever governors, again, Kangata, Kahiga, Nyeri, you pay 1 month in advance. It is like having a landlord that closes your house on the 5th, but you know your salary will delay. So you pay 1 month in advance, so that even if it delays and I pay you on 20th, near the next month I was paying, not this one. I'm never catching up, I'm paying ahead. But then what with Kiambu we've done, now we've agreed that we are going to separate salary and SHA. You pay it from a different budget, so that you don't have to say, even if I've not paid your salary, but at least I've paid your SHA. You see? So that's a solution, but again, you can see you're already settling for the fact that you will delay my salary.
Now you see that's a compromise.
But it's a compromise.
I have to ask this question since you've mentioned it. Does SHA work?
It depends on who is asking.
I'm the one who's asking, and you know why I'm asking.
You've actually answered him the way he answered me once.
It depends on who's asking, because I can just say SHA has a lot of problems. Genuinely has a lot of problems. In fact, it has problems at a level where even if you were to say it's teething problems, then you need to take that baby who's trying to teeth to a doctor, because this is not the normal teething problem for.
So let me ask a different question.
Yeah.
What works?
Right now in Kenya?
No. What works within SHA?
Collection of premiums. At least collection they'll collect.
But in terms of service delivery
is not really good. Let me just say the truth, because even counties, and this is something actually that people don't know.
My question, Daktari. That SHA isn't working is what everybody says.
Yes, it's not.
And yet every once in a while you hear someone telling you it works.
That's what I'm saying. Unless you have an agenda, or unless you don't use it, because unfortunately with these things also, you started by asking CT whether he's my patient. A lot of people don't go to hospital. You're just lucky. Maybe if I was to ask you when's the last time you were in hospital as a patient, it can be maybe several years ago. So there are people with a lot of confidence to say it's working.
So are we saying it's not working at all? This is really the question I'm asking.
I'd say it's just not I'd say it's not working at a point where there are days there are just shortages. There are days your payments are not being tracked. There are days they even approve a procedure and then they decline it later after it's done.
Are there procedures that they approve and are actually done?
Yeah, there's some that are done. Well, let's give the devil the news.
Yes, I mean,
there's
that's
some
what I'm getting at, because it's a debate that has been there for some time.
Yeah.
Okay. And I asked the question is, if we know what would make it work, because the problems are clear.
Yeah.
And the problem has to be clear within the context of understanding what SHA is.
Yes.
It's not the authority we're talking about.
Okay.
We're talking about the service. And there are 3 categories to this service. So that's why when I ask which one, what is not working?
Yeah.
Because SHIF, and as I keep telling you, is what NHIF was.
Yes.
The people who contribute to it. Now, there is a certain threshold of people who actually pay into SHA that I believe would be necessary for it to actually function. So the question I'm actually not asking, but I'm going to ask is, do we know what that threshold is, so that as people contribute and as more people join, you have an idea where now we're at least at a third. We're at least at 2/3.
Yeah. And I think, City, you're asking a bigger question, because how even those figures were arrived at and how they were calculated, it's like it was the original sin of this issue. Because if you calculate premiums and how many people need to contribute for you to offer this kind of services reimbursed at this cost, if that figure is wrong, you will always run into problems, right?
Headwinds.
Yeah, it's like running a business that you don't know exactly how much it's costing me to produce food, but the person on the other end already has printed the menu with the costings of food. That restaurant will always, either there's a supplier who's on your neck, those are hospitals, either there's a chef there who's complaining that the things that were brought are substandard, those are now the services you're talking about. So if the original seed was wrong, whatever germinates from there will just be rotten. So, and that conversation actually, and I'm really happy you went there, I think is the first thing you have to solve. Because the truth of the matter, if you were to pump more money into SHA, you can fix a lot of the issues, right? But then that opens up a larger debate. So why did we move from NHIF? But the calculation, because for example, if you look at saying people are contributing as small as 500 shillings, and that you want that person to walk into a hospital, and if they have a clot in their brain, apply, and
yet there are those who say upon registration you must pay 7,000 shillings.
Exactly.
You see, why I asked this question, we were talking about that child at the beginning of the show.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask, did the parents have this cover?
I like the questions you're asking, because at the end of the day, those parents had SHA.
Yes.
They had SHA. But you could see at this point,
it's now even getting worse.
Yeah.
Yes,
at this point, sorry.
The SHA, unless the hospital they went to didn't accept SHA, why did they not accept it?
Yeah. And that's why I'm saying the suppliers now, if you're back to my analogy of the restaurant, because now as a hospital, you're asking me to offer this service.
Essentially, you want me to give you credit.
Yes. Or telling me, if you do a cesarean section, I will reimburse you at 15,000. May I look at my books, this is a random figure, I look at my books and see the medication, the theater time, all the stuff that will be required, 15,000 haitaweza. So I'll ask that person, SHA can pay for you, but I'll expect you to top up. And that's why you can even hear, I think you saw the president last weekend at a church function, actually Kiambu again was telling Governor Matangi, and your hospitals are charging people, yet they have SHA. In fact, the president was berating him in front of but the larger conversation is what we're discussing here, that someone is giving you a menu already set, but what is coming from the back is just not enough to cover that. The other thing is even those reimbursements, because it's one thing even if I can meet my cost, but if you're going to stay with my money for several months, the doctors who work there, the nurses and all those things and the bills, I have to pay them now. So a lot of people will tell you, yes, you have SHA, but accepting SHA brings so many problems to my business. Please just pay me cash. And now when you have that, you break the whole system.
So daktari, mnarudi hospitali lini?
So we are actually coming towards the tail end, because for example, one of the things we've agreed with Kiambu is they're going to hire around 76 new doctors. We wanted more, but you have to make a compromise. I've given you the example of how we've solved the issue of SHA. right? Promotions, they've agreed they are going to do it within.
These agreements have been documented.
Now we have the agreements in principle. We haven't signed them off, but they're in principle. We've met, we've agreed.
And how will you guarantee that they'll be implemented?
That's another fight altogether. In fact, that's why, because sometimes you sign with someone and you can see, for example, you
remember the fight that your union had with regards to interns.
Yes, exactly. In fact, that's a good thing. And that's why most strikes in Kenya, by the way, if you ever look at what takes people back, is usually failure to implement a return to work formula. That's usually number one. And it's because sometimes government gets so desperate, they tell you anything they sign.
Yeah.
Then, because like now, those 70 doctors, if you don't employ them, we'll be back.
You said 76,000.
Yes, and if you employ them and you don't pay them.
Oh, 76, not 76,000.
They're not even 76,000 doctors in the country.
Oh, it's just 76.
76.
For a second, I was like, where do I sign up for medical? Anyway, Dr. we've come to the end of the show, unfortunately.
Thank you.
Yeah, but I do hope that you get back to hospital as soon as possible. Watu wache kuumia. Wale wanaendelea, it's a sad thing that, an 11-month-old, has got to die because of other systemic issues like you've mentioned, SHA, and now, of course, the unavailability of doctors. Anyway, that is Dr. Billy Muriuki. He is the KMPDU branch secretary in Central Kenya. We're getting into another session where we shall be talking about the state of the economy. Do stand by for that one. But pia salamu zenyu ndazisoma tukirudi. But here is the news with Winnie Maganga.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Parliamentary Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations is demanding firm action from the Ministry of Defense over the February Todonyang massacre in Turkana County. During the February 2025 massacre, armed assailants from Ethiopia allegedly killed more than 40 civilians. Defense Cabinet Secretary Soipan Tuya and Principal Secretary Patrick Mariru faced questions on border security after a statement requested by Turkana North MP Ekwom Nabuin. Committee members also questioned the absence of formal diplomatic protest over the incursion.
The reason why we are focused on the border between Kenya and Ethiopia, and Honorable Chair, while we cannot give details, but I know this committee is privy to the spotlight of specific border points of this country that we are paying close attention to. Yes, the land acquisition process is something that started a long time ago, but if we can, have, I know we are going to have a closed session with the committee this weekend.
President William Ruto will today open the 2025 Devolution Conference in Homa Bay County, marking the start of a 4-day forum that has drawn more than 10,000 delegates from across Kenya. The meeting, held under the theme Inclusion, Equity and Social Justice in Development and Service Delivery, aims to evaluate the gains made under devolution and chart strategies to address persistent challenges hindering regional growth. It is the second time the Lake region has hosted the national event, the previous one being in Kisumu in April 2025. The local organizing committee of the ongoing CHAN 2024 is calling on Kenyan football fans to comply with the CAF security requirements for the seamless running of the continental event. Kenya faces Zambia on Sunday in their final group stage match. The fixture is expected to attract thousands of fans to Moi International Sports Center Kasarani, whose capacity has been capped at 27,000 by CAF following security lapses during Sunday's clash between Kenya and Morocco. Here's the chairman of the 2024 CHAN Local Organizing Committee, Nicholas Musonye.
I want to commend our spectators, the way they leave the stadium peacefully, which is very good. They should be coming like that and go the way they have been doing. I have not had any incident along the way when they are leaving the stadium. But the bad behavior has been witnessed when they are forcing their way into the match. In that regard, we have told our security forces to be more alert, strong, and ensure that no one will enter the stadium without a ticket. It will not be accepted. The Ministry of Interior, working closely with us, will ensure that we protect our people. We reinforce the security because our reputation is at risk, is at stake.
Ex-owner Elon Musk has threatened Apple with legal action after claiming it had made it possible for apps to compete with ChatGPT maker OpenAI in its App Store. He called OpenAI boss Sam Altman a liar after Altman claimed Musk used his platform to benefit himself and his own companies. The row is the latest flashpoint in what is an ongoing feud between the billionaires who co-founded OpenAI but now fiercely compete after Musk left the firm. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio.
I've never seen anything like this.
But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey.
You got it locked.
Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
All right, welcome to Radio Generation. My name is Mungala Mbuvi, and the time right now is 6 minutes past 8 o'clock. City, good morning. No, nangangana kuketi. All right, yes, alikuwa nangangana kupita. But we are back to Radio Generation, and we've had a very interesting conversation in the last hour. I do hope that you guys were tuned in. Let me just read some of the comments here before I introduce the current guest in studio. Tukona Atticus now. Good morning, Atticus. Adrian Terry, good morning. You were saying that from an understanding of financial stroke monetary systems of a country, a government does not have a piggy bank or savings account anywhere. Yeah. Then Adrian anasemaje? Sorry, Langat, kuna Langat msema ukweli. Actually, wait, there's a comment here from Adrian. He's saying the biggest blunder for SHA is failure to have an annual ongoing medical assessment for everyone, which should be mandatory. And saying Kenya Treasury, you can't keep up with payments being demanded. Langat Msemokole anasema Sitimuga, tell Kenyans which country in the world which gave their public health to private cartels. Aidan, who has already been banned by USA for money laundering and body part trafficking. Reject SHA. Where? All right, so many comments on that one. I think easy to tazisoma baadaye. But yeah, keep on sending them. We shall definitely check and handpick those ones that we feel should actually be highlighted. All right, so in this particular hour, we want to focus on the state of economy and the state of the economy. And with us is Edwin H. Dande. He is the CEO of Saiton Investments. Bwana CEO, karibu tena sana to Radio Generation.
Morning and asante sana. Glad to be here.
Yes, I don't know if you're listening to our conversation earlier on. Uko na SHA? Umeregister?
At least I know I pay SHA.
Yes.
Naona ikididaktiwa.
All right.
And yes, I'm registered.
Have you gone to hospital? Has it helped you? Have you used it?
I've been lucky that since I registered, I've not had to go to hospital. I try to stay fit.
Good for you.
But the stories I hear, I hope I don't encounter them when I finally get there.
Yeah. Don't worry. CEOs don't usually have these problems. Hata City anakuanga CEO of his household.
CEOs are ordinary people. It's just in the head.
Well, welcome nonetheless.
Asante sana.
Let's just talk about Saiton for someone who's probably hearing it for the first time, and I don't know who that is. But for the sake of getting it out of the way, what is Saiton Investments all about?
Saiton is about just the same way the name says, about investments. We, on one arm, we have an arm that receives money from investors. That arm is separated into two. private side and public. When we say private investment, that means I come and talk to you and say, this is an investment opportunity, we sign off, I get the money, I go invest for you. Public, that means I have to approach you in a regulated manner, either as an insurance company, as a pension fund, or as a money market fund. It's regulated by somebody, either Insurance Regulatory Authority, Capital Markets Authority, Retirement Benefits Authority. So those are the two things that we do on the investment side. We approach you privately or we approach you publicly. When we get that money, majority of it goes into real estate, around 10 different developments, but there's also a portion that goes into banks, and there's also a portion that goes into government securities. So in short, we raise money and we put into investment opportunity, and we give you a return. That's what Site on Investments is all about.
Nice. So you're into money market?
Money market. Actually, that's our leading product, Site on Money Market Fund. Star 809 hash, and you're in within a minute.
We start making money. So if I give you guys $1 million bob today, and I'm taking $1 million bob because it's a round figure. So if I give you $1 million bob today, what's my return in like a year?
Your return in a year is 13.5%. So that is around, if you give me $1 million bob, 135,000.
So if I give it to you today, is it August next year, I'm withdrawing 1.13 million.
Exactly. Minus your taxes. Remember,
of course,
you have to pay the tax.
Right.
Yeah.
What is the tax on 130k?
The tax, whatever you make, there's a withholding tax of 15% of the profit that you make.
I thought withholding tax is 5 bob. So 5%, sorry.
That's on if you do services. But withholding tax on investment income is 15%.
15%.
So there's no standard withholding tax. It depends on who you are. Yeah. So if you're doing consultancy, for example, when I pay you, I have a 5% withholding tax on the consulting fee that I pay you. But if you're investing, you'll get your capital back on the investment income. You will pay to the government 15% of the profits.
So I was just looking at 15% of 130,000. That is 19,500.
Yeah.
We
have to build roads. We have to do empowerment.
Okay, so now we understand what Site on Investments does, and I think it's a worthy venture, if you ask me. Sasa tuongee at the state of the economy from an investment perspective. You invest our monies. How is the state of our economy? Because if you ask someone like myself, I'll tell you our economy is really doing bad because prices have gone up from fuel to coffee and so many other products. But I'm sure if I ask someone like yourself, maybe you'd have a different answer. So why don't you tell us how is the state of the economy from your perspective?
From my perspective, of course, from my perspective, it's not really. I always say if you're an investment manager, you have no perspective. You read the data. So it's what the data says. Now, if you look at what the data says, there are two sides of the same coin. Now, and I'm sure you also listen to what our politicians are saying.
I don't trust them, but yes.
And depending on which politician, which side they are.
None. I trust none. But proceed.
I wonder why. So, there are those who will say the economy is doing well. Because of the data they are looking at. They'll say, look, the dollar used to be at 160, now it's at 129, it has stabilized. Now, of course, the reality is the KK administration came in September 2022 when the dollar was at 120. Then it went to 160, it's come back to around 129. But the truth is it has stabilized at 129. So currency stability is one of the important things to look at. The other thing to look at is inflation. It used to be at around 9%. It's at around 4%. So it's been cut by half. Now, inflation essentially means without doing anything, if you're earning 100,000, whatever you could have bought for 100,000 at the end of the year is going to cost 104. So the power of your money has gone down. You need more money to get the same thing. So when you bring inflation down, it is good for the ordinary mwananchi. So that has come down. The other place that people who say the economy is doing good are looking at is interest rates. If you look at the 1-year T-bill, and T-bill is really the name of the instrument the government uses to borrow money from the public for 1 year. It used to be as high as 16. Now it's gone to around 8%. Now, interest rates, when they are lower, it's good because it means you can be able to access money. So those three things that I've talked about, whether it's interest rate, whether it is currency, whether it interest rate and currency, there's a third one that I just mentioned. Generally speaking, you are talking about macros because they show you how the economy is doing. So from a macro perspective, the economy seems to be doing well, and it seems to be doing well because it could have been worse. There's one more thing that a bullet that we dodged, default. You know, by the time the KK administration came in, there was an issue of can we even service our debt? And if a country defaults, it's a bad thing because we spend a whole 5 years trying to restructure. So it's good that we didn't default. So on that aspect, the economy seems to be doing well.
So we are not in the international CRB?
We are not in the international CRB, which is good.
Okay.
Why is it good?
It's good because if you're in the international, at least right now we can be engaging international community about lending, restructuring our loans. If you're in the CRB, you are talking about how do I get out of the CRB? And we didn't elect our treasury mandarins to negotiate how to get out of the CRB.
If we're in the CRB, what would happen?
If we're in the CRB, we would not be getting more loans. We would not be getting investors. Investors would be telling us, please get out of the CRB for me to give you money. IFC would be now negotiating how to get us out of the CRB.
And being in the CRB, apart from not having investors and not being able to borrow money, how would that impact the country, and what would this impact look like?
City, it's just I would put it is it's an unnecessary distraction. The CS Treasury, the president, everybody around the economic advisor, so to speak, would be more focused on how do we get out of the CRB, as opposed to how do we put money in Kenyans' pockets. So it is just unnecessary distraction. Maybe to answer it, think about yourself when you're in a financial mess. You wake up every day saying, how do I evade this auction? How do I restructure my loan? You don't want to be there. You want to spend time saying, how do I pay this loan as the loan is performing? Restructuring a loan, even a personal loan, is very difficult because you're always engaging a bank in, please don't auction, give me more time. You are not running your life as normal. So it's a complete distraction.
You know, I asked the question, if you bring it down to a domestic situation, if, say, for instance, I have no income, which is what happens when I lose a job, I am sacked, or whatever entity I'm working for has collapsed, whatever. No, redundancy puts money in your pocket, theoretically. It does.
Yeah.
When that happens, there are many changes you make.
Yes.
If you have children who are in school, you have to look into it. If the house you live in is rented, you have to consider all that. Meaning, there is a direct impact on your lifestyle, your life, and everything that you do. If you had loans that you needed to pay, in the absence of an income, you now have a problem repaying those loans. And with loans which are not being paid, you're now dealing with auctioneers. Meaning, everything around you begins to collapse. Now, the question I was asking is, when a nation defaults, what exactly happens to its citizenry?
I like your example of domestic income, because when you're in that situation where you've lost a job and you cannot pay, there's a point to come where you go and tell the bank, look, for my life to move forward, I will not pay, can't pay, won't pay. You auction whatever you want, I start a new life. Now, the country was at a point where it could have said that. And going back to the question he was asking, it's going to go to a good place, because the question is the economy doing well or badly? If you are a country, you have one advantage, and that's what the country did. If you, as an individual, you can't say, now that I've been laid off, I don't have income, I'm going to tax people to get money. But a country can do that. So then what happened? Taxes went up. If you take somebody who makes 50,000, for example, they used to pay 200 on an NSSF. That has gone up 20 times. They pay 3,000. Tax rate across the board, the highest tax rate used to be 30%. It went to 35%. So when taxes go up, the country is able to collect a little bit more money. All these e-citizen collections, fuel levy, taxes went up across the board. So the country had a little bit of money where it could go and say, look, I can pay a few more years. So instead of defaulting, what we did, we said, we won't default. We are going to tax our citizens. And once we tax our citizens, even when you take the housing levy, we all know it's not all ending up in housing. A good chunk is packed in treasury bills. Essentially, it's a housing levy that you've been taxed. Some goes into housing, some is borrowed by the government, and it's borrowed by the government to pay debt. So when you take, and even NSSF, yes, I'm paying NSSF. If I'm making 50, my NSSF has jumped from 200 to 3,000, 15 times. That gives a lot of causes a lot of strain on the individual. But where does the NSSF put money? It will put it in T-bills. What does it mean? Instead of defaulting, I'm going to be able to pay. So the domestic person might be forced to say, I'll default so that I start afresh. But the government was able to tax, and that is why now when you ask the citizen, they'll tell you the economy is not doing well. And it's true, because if you take SHA, you take NSSF, you take the housing levy, you take the increased taxation, the average Kenyan has lost about 6% of their income. So going back to your 100,000 example.
This is a 6% that minus now the other 30% that initially they used to give to the
yes,
government.
I'm just saying, you used to make 100, and let's say 30% was gone, you are left with 70.
Yes.
Now, that 70, another 6,000
So
is
now
gone.
you have 64.
64.
Right.
Now, when you talk about 64, remember there's inflation. Even inflation moved from the 9 to now 4.
Okay.
So of the 64, inflation takes away 4%. So using your example, the average Kenyan who was making 100,000 and was left with 70 on the table now has 60 on the table. That is why they'll sit and say, no, me, I'm not seeing this good economy you're talking about. Because and remember, if you take 10,000 shillings from somebody who was making 70, imagine all the rearrangements they have, because essentially you've taken 10,000 off the table for somebody who was making 70,000. They have to cut somewhere. As they cut somewhere, of course they are going to be aggravated. They are going to say, look, I can no longer go out, or I can no longer pay my fare. There's something they have to give up. And then that is now the foul mood. So you see the two worlds. The national economist saying, look, we are doing well, we didn't default, inflation is halfway, the shilling is stable, interest rates for T-bills have cut into half. That's the macro, it's well. But the micro, on the table, the guy says, you have taken my 10,000, and by the way, even after taking the 10,000, the road is not better. I don't go to better
fuel prices have gone
Fuel prices have gone up.
Yes.
So where has the money gone? Of course, as Kenyan, you'll say, maybe you stole it. And that explains the good economy that the economists, the national economists are talking about.
Right.
The bad economy that the Kenyans are talking about. So how is the economy doing? Depends on who you ask.
So Edwin, what I'm hearing from you is that we're actually doing good. We're doing the right thing. The government, rather, not we, but the government is doing the right thing. It's just that Kenyans are not seeing it.
No,
and
I didn't say that. I didn't say they're doing the right thing.
The reason I'm saying this,
we dodged a bullet.
Yes. The reason I'm saying this is because, and you've explained it very, for me, actually, umeisema venye sikuwa nimeiona. You've said, number one, we've paid our debt. We've not defaulted, rather, on our debt repayment. You have said that, inflation has gone down from, I think it was 9, you've said 4.8. Yes.
Interest rates from 16 to around 8.
Yes. So all those things you've mentioned, it looks like then we're actually bashing President Ruto for nothing, and we need to probably give him more time to actualize, for us to start now seeing the benefits of the economy performing in that perspective.
I see what you're doing there. Trying to put me in a corner.
No. I'm actually not putting you in a corner. I just want to understand it.
Let me now explain.
Yes.
We talked about, yes, the government has done the right things. Evaded default, cut interest rate, inflation is down, but the individual Kenyan who elected the government is saying, wait, you've, for lack of a better word, you've stolen my income. I'm making less. Especially the person at the bottom of the pyramid. Because remember how this government came into being was to say, we are going to lift the bottom up.
Yes.
Taking my income cannot possibly be lifting me up.
Yes.
It seems like it's more like top to bottom. Where the government could have done better, the moment you've dodged the bullet in terms of not defaulting, what do? You've taxed people. You quickly need to figure out how to now grow the economy, to grow income. You cannot grow an economy by taxing. That can't work. You grow an economy by reducing taxes, not increasing taxes. But you had to increase them to live another day. In investment, we always say, you always have to make sure that you can open the door to, and not just investment, anything, even what you are doing. Whatever you do, make sure tomorrow you can come back and run the show. So the problem is, after dodging the bullet, there has not been policies to grow the economy. So you've taken from my table. You've not made it easier for me to get a job. You've not made it easier in terms of the red tape for me to register a business. So if we are not growing the economy, people are going to grumble. But you don't grow economy by giving people, staff to go start a business, smoky trolleys. We already have enough of that. Yeah. So where the government needs to do better is to say, having dodged the bullet, having stabilized the macros, how do we then grow the economy? That means you have to cut corruption.
Yes.
Whatever money that is going into corruption, cut it so that you can translate it into reducing taxation. Things like cutting corruption could not have happened overnight. So the government had to tax to stabilize. Now that you've stabilized, start showing Kenyans, how do I then grow the economy? Cut corruption. One of our biggest areas is tourism. How do you get more tourists with more money to come in so that they bring foreign income? Registering a business, running a business. Make it easier. I mean, we all know if you're running a business in Nairobi, the amount of facilitation that you'd have to do. Government has to say from today, no or very little facilitation. So make it very easy for people to run business. People want to borrow for their businesses. Today, if you want to borrow, you have to go to the bank. Bank will charge you almost 18%. Rates have moved from 16 to 8.
Yes.
Lending, if you go borrow, it's moved from 18 to around 15. How come it's not increasing? Because of bank dominance.
Yes.
If you go to a well-functioning economy, if you want to borrow, chances are 40% you'll go to the bank, 60% you'll go to capital markets. In Kenya, 99% banks. So what advantage do they have? So we need
99% goes to the banks.
99%. If you want to borrow, the chances you can go to the capital markets and borrow from capital markets is only 1%. 99% you'll have to borrow from banks. So banks are essentially a monopoly in lending.
And that's a bad thing.
And that's why they don't have to reduce their rates, because you have nowhere else to go.
You've mentioned businesses and the environment for conducting business. We have seen in recent months companies declaring redundancies and having to let go of staff members. So now, how can the government come in to help companies, avoid that particular process? Because if a company decides to reduce their staff by 100 or plus, those are 100 people who've joined the unemployment market, which actually is not a market, but they have joined it nonetheless. So now what happens? How can the government come in to help? Can for example, if today Radio Generation had wanted to do redundancies, can we go to the government and tell them, look, bala tufute mbuvi na city, tuongezee ama tufanyie kitu fulani so that now that cannot happen? Is there a formula for that?
There's a formula. It's not a direct formula where you can go as Radio Generation and say, okay, sitaki kufuta mbuvi, sitaki kufuta CT, can you give me some cash? Because government has to tax to have that cash. What they can do is to ask themselves, what amount of money can we keep at Radio Generation? Do we have to tax mbuvi's 1.5% and the other person 1.5%? 3% to the housing levy. Can we do 0.5, 0.5?
They can actually do that.
They can. I mean, the housing is not an emergency. I mean, people are not sleeping outside.
No, because essentially what
some are.
Some are CT. But let me ask you a question.
Yes.
the person who's sleeping outside, is shelter the number one issue? And do you solve it by giving them a house or giving them a job for them to get their own house?
Their number one priority would actually be food.
Be food.
Sustenance.
Okay. And if you want to give them food, you can give them food today. Can you give them food for the rest of their lives? I think you have to give them a job. And for those who got a house, you remember that Kibera project? Did they stay there? We all know they rented it. So all I'm saying is, don't tax radio generation, a tax that you can forgo. Let that money go into paying people.
Now that's what we would call tax exemption for a particular period, of course. Siati sasa, for the rest of your existence as radio generation, you guys will not be taxed. But they can actually say, for this financial year, until you guys get back on your feet, no taxation.
Keep taxes low. There's no need for taxes to be at 30%. It can be at 20%.
Let me ask this question. Are we saying that in the absence of this taxation or the increased taxation, we would not have been able to meet our obligations, including the repayment of debts?
For 2022, 2023, for sure, because the things you need to do, like cut corruption, you can't do overnight.
Okay. You mentioned
wastage of government money.
Okay. What percentage of our revenue would you say we lose to corruption? If you have the figures. And
I'm not sure I have the figure.
And you know I'm going with this.
I'm not sure I have the figure, but the most popular one is the one Uhuru said.
The 2 billion.
2 billion a day.
Ethics and Anti-Corruption actually confirmed it. They came up with 1.9 something billion, which is 2 billion. Now, if we're losing 2 billion shillings daily, in a year, how many billions have we lost?
That's 360 times 2, or 720 almost.
That's 720 going to a trillion. That is what we lose. If we were to go with those figures, indeed, it is a colossal loss. And that alone would be able to help us repay our debts without too much of a fuss.
Absolutely.
Which then takes me back to my question. It therefore implies that what we collect in terms of our revenue is actually enough to meet our needs.
CT, you are correct. The reason why I was not going that route and to say, look, we could actually not, because what you're saying is absolutely true. If we cut corruption and wastage spending, we would not need to increase taxes. However, that is not possible for one reason, and you cannot blame the government. If you want a government that is not corrupt, you must go to the ballot box and make that decision. Question is, when we go to the ballot box as Kenyans, is that our number one? Who is the least corrupt? It seems to be, when we go to the ballot box, we ask ourselves, who is my tribe or tribal affiliation? Until citizens make that choice and say, I don't want corruption, government will continue to be corrupt. As David Ndi said, we will probably leave it as corrupt as we found it, if not worse. It is the choice that we have made. How we change that is what I don't know, because citizens kind of believe government can wake up and change. No, but those are the people you elected.
But I think even the framing of the answer doesn't quite get to the heart of the matter, because the problem isn't corruption.
The problem is
impunity.
But impunity and corruption are the same thing.
No, they are not. One is a manifestation of the other. When you know you can get away with murder, you will murder. If you know you can't get away with it, you will be very hesitant.
So you're saying impunity gave birth to corruption?
It does, because people do things. Nobody does something in order to get caught. Because our laws are against this corruption, that's why we talk about it. But the knowledge that if you have certain affiliations and you're in a certain position and politically you are aligned in a certain direction, nothing, if not very little, will happen to you, then it opens that door wide. People know that I can do this and there will be no undue repercussions on me. So the problem is not the symptom. The symptom, this corruption thing we keep talking about, it is the impunity. Because And somehow in this country it seems transferable because
it's contagious.
It's like it's like a viral infection. It's airborne.
I agree with you one way or another, but
Yes.
but for me it still goes back to the citizen, because even this impunity, if today somebody is held by EACC to be held to account, one of the first things you will hear are their tribes people coming and saying, you are finishing one of us, right? And why would these people be able to come and say you are finishing one of our tribesmen? Because behind these politicians are real people who can actually come out on the street. So impunity and corruption for me are one and the same thing. I'll give you a good example. We've talked about NSSF deduction from 200 to 3,000. Has anybody seen their statement? A single citizen?
I don't know. NSSF were not known to give you monthly statements on your...
Yeah, but at 200, I think you wrote it off as money gone. If you take somebody who makes 50,000, 3,000 times 12, that's 48. 1 month of income is gone to NSSF. Shouldn't we at least say, fine, send me a statement to see that the 3,000 you deducted from me actually made it to NSSF? Because this is supposed to be your pension money, and it has grown, even if it's by 10% or 5%, or even if it's not grown. There is no accountability. So impunity actually even resides in the heart of the citizens themselves, because here's a good example. We have not sat up and demanded that now that you have... You know, when you say triple,
yes,
quadruple is a big number. I was trying to find the term for 15 times. It's not
quadruple, triple, quadruple.
It's not something that's done often, so there's no even word for it. So you have to say 15 times. Now that you have increased our deduction 15 times, at least send us a statement. Let us see, because this is money that you've taken 1 month of my income out of 12 months. That is huge. This is money that I should get for retirement. So show me my statement, whether monthly at the end of the year, or tell me I won't get it.
Edwin,
but we are not demanding.
I actually agree with you, because the view I was putting across was going to end up with exactly that, accountability. Because as far as I'm concerned, the citizenry and the role that we play in holding leaders to account, or in not holding leaders to account, reflects directly on the problems we have. Because the impunity we speak of is as a result of someone knowing no one is going to hold me to account. And if there are people who complain, a small number who are statistically relevant, but if it was understood that that was the norm, and that they will be held to pay for the misdeeds that you have decided to involve yourself in as a public servant or as a politician, the numbers would decrease significantly. But here it's a growth industry, where people vie to get into this position so that they can do what they've seen others do. And then, in fact, we're having this discussion in the earlier hour. And then there's the Kenyan pretense that these are entrepreneurs. How do you claim to have money and yet there is nothing you can point to that has a value add that has given you the money? Nothing.
You don't sell onions, capsicum, nothing.
And Kenyans also don't value entrepreneurship, so to speak, because they won't ask you, but where did the money come from?
We don't even understand it, because remember, we do have people who are entrepreneurs, and we do have people who are business minded, and we do have people. The question
by people you mean Kenyans, citizens, or do you mean people
Kenyan
in leadership?
No, the subject matter here is Kenyans and Kenya.
No, but
and Kenyan leaders.
Do you mean the citizens or people in leadership?
The leadership, people in leadership are Kenyans. Okay.
Yes, but okay. Are you
the leadership position, political leadership specifically?
Yes,
is seen as an entrepreneurial process.
That's the distinction I was looking
where when you get there, the doors are now open for you to pilfer. You will call it something else. And that is why you will find that capital projects are always at a premium. People want to build roads. They want to put up structures that nobody needs. Okay? The roads are good.
They want to build markets, industrial parks, houses.
Exactly. You have these huge projects that involve building, and that involves expenditure, huge expenditure. The follow through which you expect is what should have preceded the building. Because it's like someone wanting to start a business and starts by opening an office. Should you not have business that demands that you have an office
that you have an
to conduct
office.
it?
We have it upside down, no question about it. And if we wanted to fix it, we always talk about Singapore. Let's look at what Singapore did. That could be the solution. Anyway, you asked.
But Edwin, you've touched on Singapore before you get to your point. Don't lose the thought. What is it about Singapore that we see that makes us give the example all the time? What is it about them?
It is a way for us to be blunt. If we wanted to do Singapore, we would do Singapore. And Singapore started by, I want clean people, I want competent people, I want ethnic harmony. They started with the software. And then after that, then they said, now let us deduct taxes to build houses. They started with the foundation is actually software. I think we use Singapore here as an excuse for these capital projects. Singapore built, therefore let us
They didn't start with building.
Yeah, but they didn't start with building. That's what I'm saying. They started with culture. But we don't want culture. And also we invoke Singapore when we want. I've not heard anybody say, look, let's do economic empowerment the way Singapore did. Singapore didn't do an economic empowerment by bringing people and giving them stuff. So it's almost
by stuff
like,
you mean like giving them piki the trolleys for their smoky pasua?
No, they didn't do that.
Okay.
So we use Singapore when it's convenient. It's actually not a genuine example.
For me, the Singapore example, which I like, what you're saying is what was manifest, but the leader who is quoted and mentioned, Lee, wasn't alone. He had a group of people who shared that vision completely.
But he shaped the vision and chose the people.
No, the vision, any vision starts with the idea that you have. The shaping and creation to the point where it now becomes alive and kicking and walking and running, usually there are other people who have to support it. Otherwise, it doesn't do that, and neither does it get implemented. One individual comes up as the leader of the group, first among equals, but you have a support system. To understand it, look at how Kibaki brought people who had been in retirement back into government. He had a support system, so he knew he could carry what he wanted because that support system existed. Right?
So are you suggesting we don't have enough Kenyans to carry the vision that we want?
No, right.
Because the vision
now,
we want is there.
The people who are in power right now and the structure of those who support them, they have to explain what vision they have and how they
but now you see, and that's the
implement
thing, and I will go back to what he said a couple of sentences ago. It boils down to who we choose at the ballot. No, it does. City Skiza.
No,
Skiza City.
Not.
It does.
It does not.
So
then how do we get those leaders
how
into
do we get those leaders
positions
if we
of
don't choose them?
influence?
The leaders who are elected based on what we think they can do, what we've seen them do. In this election, this one was unique and completely different from any other election we've had. This election, whether we like it or not, was actually about issues. Hustler dynasty issue.
But
the promises
it also the bottom up, the economic structures that we were promised and so on and so forth.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. They went overboard. The social contract we talk of, which is usually the promise, they documented it, signed, charter, nini.
47 counties signed.
Meaning, these fellows went about this process of campaigning in a way that we haven't campaigned before. And that is why...
City, I would beg to differ, but you finish first, then I tell you why I think
I'd like you to differ immediately, if you don't mind.
You are confusing sloganeering, and you call it a promise. If you really want to elect people, you need to take the slogans and the promises and tie them to track record. When we make investments and investment managers, people come to us with slogans and promises. This is my business, this is what I want to do. You take a step back and ask, this entrepreneur called Mbuvi or CT, let me go back and study their track record in doing these things that they are promising they will do. if you look at, and that's why I think this election, the past election, was no different from the rest. There was no credible correlation between promises and track record. When you are going to the booth to elect, it's a serious business. I am doing an election against a contest of promises made by groups of people. Can I test a correlation between these promises and these individuals? In my view, these were slogans. There was no difference between the dynasties and the hustlers as far as their track records were concerned. The slogans were there, but track record was the same.
Edwin, when have we ever had a presidential candidate bring in the discussion of dynasties and hustlers?
You've not had. That's just to me. That's just a campaign tactic. You will have the
Yes.
next.
Are you telling me that sloganeering, as you call it, didn't have the desired effect?
It had the desired effect. For sure it did. That's why the people are disillusioned.
All right. No, the disillusionment is not about the sloganeering. When you have something that people have not seen before and they vote on it, and they then do not see the outcome you promised, the expectations will mirror the disappointment in reverse. There were high expectations, the disappointment will be great. Yes, because disappointment is a fact of expectations. So, and when that happens, then you see and you hear. But the expectations were based on what was said. Politicians sloganeer, it's a tool they all use.
I agree.
All.
But there has to be a track record between the slogan. There has to be a correlation between the slogan and the track record. To me, that's what is missing.
Let me ask you a simple question. When you're electing a president, what are these track records that we're going to be looking for?
You want to look at track record. I mean, let me turn it around. What are the pain points for Kenyans? We talked about corruption. So, if you really want to get rid of corruption, you have to look at the track record for the candidate and the people around him in terms of corruption. You want
and
reduce wastage.
And we're saying that when we vote, we don't do this.
We don't.
I don't think we do.
We don't.
So what do we vote for then? Since we vote, what are the values that we look at when we vote?
I don't think we look at values. I think we're looking at a tribal calculus.
We vote.
Actually, yes and no, because Edwin, you cannot win a presidential election with your tribe's vote only. That can't happen.
No, that's why I said tribal calculus, not your only. That means you have to put in a coalition founded not on values, not on the pain points, but a coalition based on tribal mathematics. Unless we fix that,
tribal mathematics won't go away. It doesn't matter what you fix.
But it shouldn't be the only.
You see, this is my point. What we're doing here is the easy part, talking about what should happen and what shouldn't happen. Every generational change offers an opportunity for very fundamental changes. If you look at even the so-called struggle for independence, you will realize that there was a generational change. There are people who previously had wanted that freedom but didn't have the education or the exposure that a certain generation then had, and when they had it, they had the know-how to say, no, we don't want to put up with this. Those who fought physically were young people. It's young people who tend to fight, not old people. When we talk about the second liberation, terms like the Young Turks and so forth came into being. A younger generation now was talking about the changes that they wanted. Brought us and gave birth to the new constitution, brought back multipartyism. A generational change made it possible. That generation that brought it about are now old.
Let's continue. I want to hear where
we now see a younger generation who are doing the thing that I actually want to talk about. They are talking about accountability
and good governance,
and they're saying this is what it is. The issue of who we elect, I'm in agreement, because I often wonder, when you look at track record, someone like, say, Kivuta Kibwana should have been an ideal presidential candidate, or the governor of Murang'a. Those are people who have clear track records. I mean, you can say all you like, but they have a track record you can see. They have the mind and they have the ability to actually do things which benefit their citizens.
But haven't you heard people make comments like, okay, this guy, he doesn't have enough money. You know, this guy is not thuggish enough.
I understand all that. I understand all that. The point I'm trying to make is this. What we say in a studio like this regarding what we should do is precisely that, what we say here. We don't have a population who are ready to play their part and to hold themselves to account and then hold leaders to account. We enjoy the corruption we have. We like it. We only wait for our turn to be in a position where we can be equally.
But isn't that what I was saying? It's the citizen.
Yes.
But it is changing slowly. The way you're saying, the generation has to ask for it. Did you see that young man who stood up in Kakamega and asked the president a question? Did you see that clip?
What was the question?
I haven't seen the clip.
It was a young man from Osingishu, and essentially he actually stood up and said, Mr. President, if you want to be elected, you must confront the real issues, such as the economy. You cannot be going with this sloganeering, what people around you are telling you. The point I'm trying to make is, it was not usual in Kenya for a young person to stand up and ask a direct question of the president. I've also seen more and more police officers where Murkomen shows up, where the IG shows up, they wake up and say, what is this independence you guys are talking about? When I'm doing my job and somebody doesn't like what I'm doing, I get transferred. So I am seeing more and more accountability. Social media, the reason why I think the powers that be don't like it is that it's a forum for accountability, and these things actually get under their skin. That's why they wake up and talk about, we are all human. If something gets to you, we shall see. So accountability is improving city, but not as much as the citizens seem to want. If you want to cut corruption, the same way we say there's corruption, there's wastage, people are flying all over the place, getting allowances. It's almost like public services pursuit for DSA. DSA is daily subsistence allowance. This money is being taxed from you and I. So the citizen is impatient. But this impatience,
how impatient, really?
That's what I'm saying. They're not as impatient because when they go to the ballot, you don't see the scrutiny that they ought to do in terms of accountability. So you and I are saying the same thing.
No, we are not. Does it begin at the ballot? We're not really saying the same thing.
At the ballot is where the decision is made.
It is, but what precedes the ballot?
Campaigns?
Not just campaigns. We're talking about the citizens here. What do they do? In the last election, I saw something I'd never seen before. There were groups of people in certain constituencies who had formed themselves into committees where any candidate who wished to present themselves as an MP or an MCA, they would call you and they would ask you, the accountability and the track record that you speak of. And they would question. Now, if that is what happens, and we've moved away from what we consider to be the normal way in which we do things, I would argue that what Edwin is saying has been seen even in elections, where you think that things ought to go in a certain way because of the precedents that we've seen over time. For instance, in Luo Nyanza, it is assumed if you're not an ODM, you will not be elected. There are people who've been elected on tickets that are independent, and they've continued to be elected. And they have won against ODM candidates. So what I'm saying is, your point is a valid one in that people have understood what they feel is in their interest and the person who has their interest at heart. The evolutionary process that I'm speaking about is not piecemeal, because the example I'm giving is piecemeal. I'm saying a decision where the accountability factor doesn't start at and end at the ballot. It starts now. So that in time, as you go to the ballot, you've already seen people who are willing to be held accountable and those who are not willing to be held accountable. It is not a difficult process to determine. There are people who cannot stand an alternate view. I'm not even saying criticism.
Alternate view.
Just a different view.
Just a different view. They find it something that they cannot accommodate. I am saying, if that process doesn't begin early and people get into the mode of it, the Gen Zs gave us a good opening to do that. They were questioning and they were raising issues and saying, there's this, there's this, there's this, there's this. And what else we also saw, the government actually does listen. So they don't. They do listen.
They do listen.
I'll actually go back to something that Professor Lumumba said here on Monday. He was talking about Kenyans are not necessarily, the larger population is not civically aware. And I think it's what you're also alluding to. Because, yes, we will see that Tunomia, we'll see the leaders, stealing all these monies. Then there's the Mutuwetu syndrome, and we can see it very clearly. But when it comes down to that one decision that can actually save us, that one shot or a silver bullet, if you want to call it, we actually don't use it. Because when we get to the ballot, we now go back to our tribal cocoons. Right now, I hope this won't happen in 2027. We are seeing a lot of tribeless, partyless, fearless, and all that sloganeering we're talking about. I just hope we shall be able to translate it come election day in 2027. Perhaps you can tell us also if you're seeing that even in market trends, perhaps, and investment trends, and how people are just thinking about spending and investing their monies.
Now, when it comes to investment, that's one place where I think people make rational decisions. I don't think when you look at investment firms, your clients reflect the tribes of the founders or the promoters. So at the individual level, my money, people will make rational decisions.
Yeah.
What I'm still puzzled about, if even those cities saying we're on different tables, or we are saying different things.
Yes.
Accountability at the ballot will not start on that day. It will have to reflect what the citizen has been thinking, their own values. The citizen is rational with their own cash. When you go and are comparing prices, you are not like, oh, I'll buy from you because you're from my tribe. You look at value for money, the quality, and you make that decision. I think we are at a better place because even though we talk about all these frustrations, Kenya has improved based on that constitution you are talking about. There used to be a time when you can be picked, locked, and people know you are locked at this place and you don't have to go to court. Now it's in the hearts and minds of every Kenyan, regardless of tribe, that it's not right to pick somebody and not produce them in court. So much so that when then people want to do what Moi used to do, then they'll do extrajudicial, they'll do abductions.
Yeah.
But the country has evolved. We're in a better place than we used to be 20 years ago. I think we'll be in a better place 10 years from now. My issue is the pace does not reflect the frustration and the hunger that the average Kenyan wants. I agree there might be there are many who are not civically educated, but I think with internet, with campaigns, with discussions, more and more are getting educated. The solution is going to be, in my view, the citizen to make a choice that reflects a solution to their pain point. How they do that, I don't have the answer.
Yeah.
But for me, that is the gap. The choice has to reflect somebody who will genuinely address your pain points. I don't think that we have done that. Will we do it in 2027? I don't know.
Because that will be the culmination of whatever it is that we're discussing here.
What, 2027?
Election day, 2027, yes.
No, it's not election day. It is whether those who represent the majority of our population will actually get IDs and will actually go and vote.
But that's part of
which
it.
will translate now to election day. Hizi vitu zote tunasema, whether we will become, we'll have that civil awareness, whether we shall be politically aware and mature, whether we shall get our IDs, whether we shall actually wake up on election day, queue in the lines and actually vote. That this entire process.
You see, the reason I'm going granular on this issue, those who voted know they go and vote. It is what we are voting for that we're discussing here because it has a direct relationship to the economy and everything we're talking about. This large population of people that we speak of who are predominantly youthful, if they had jobs or if they had businesses,
right,
or if they were earning an income, this revenue we keep speaking of would be much higher because there'd be more people whom you can tax. Now, the opportunity to enable these people to do this thing we're saying is what we don't see moving. So the discussion towards the ballot must be in greater abundance than the ballot itself.
We agree, City, because we are taking it for granted that these people see the self-interest enough to actually go and register now, to actually do their own You know, you can't educate people before you educate yourself and really understand why are we stuck here. Why that individual then is not taking IDs, those are the things that then puzzle me, because then we should be taking IDs with a sense of urgency. We should be educating ourselves with a sense of urgency and educating each other. There's this thing I keep seeing, Syrian in numbers. But Syrian is not numbers just at demonstration or at the ballot. It is in numbers, conversations. You know, Mbuvi, make sure you take an ID, make sure you talk to people to take an ID, and also talk people out of tribal cocoons.
Yes.
We have to look at who is going to attack corruption, who is going to attack wastage, who is going to give education. That's a conversation that people have to, and I agree, it has to be at granular level. But ultimately, at the ballot, if we don't make that choice that deals with corruption, that deals with true job creation is not handing equipments to people. Job creation is creating an enabling environment where people who can create businesses will create them and then employ people.
Clearly kitu ya kupeana pikipiki imekusumbua, but we shall talk about it.
It actually ensures that you stay in that position that you are in, instead of thinking of how you can actually get that pikipiki yourself.
Yes. And I agree, it's that whole issue of teach someone to fish, teach them how to make their own income so that they do not have to come back every single day and get handouts. So the conversation continues here in a short while. I hope Bwana CEO, you're not in a hurry.
No, I'm okay.
Of course you're not in a hurry. Good. So that is Edwin Dande. He is the CEO of Saiton Investments. The topic for today is the state of the economy. A few shoutouts before we exit. Kuna watu hapa wameingia wakiongea juu ya economy, and I'm liking this because it shows us that we are actually understanding the conversation. Abokas anasema the Scandinavian model, exclamation mark. We also have Langat Musemo Kweli anasema where is it? Yes, even if we lower interest rates to 2%, no business will thrive in Kenya. Why? Businesses thrive where citizens have disposable income. Today, Kenyans have almost zero disposable income, and then ameenda akasema vitu mingi hapo hivyo. So we'll actually get back to some of that when we do return. So don't go too far, but here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Police in Malindi have arrested 20 suspects during a major operation targeting criminal gangs in Soweto and Kasifuni areas of Kilifi County. The operation, carried out on Monday and led by Malindi Police Station officer in charge, focused on individuals believed to be linked to rising crime and drug trafficking in the coastal town. According to the National Police Service, in a statement, they said they will remain committed to safeguarding lives and property and will continue to conduct intelligence-led operations to dismantle criminal networks in the area. These arrests form part of an ongoing security offensive along the coastal strip aimed at reducing violent crime, gang activity, and drug-related offenses. The suspects remain in custody pending processing and arraignment. 2 men have been charged in Nairobi court over 230 million shilling land fraud and forgery. Patrick Kamau and Peter Wanjiru face charges for fraudulently acquiring 1 hectare plot worth 230 million Kenya shillings, falsely claiming allocation by the Nairobi County government. Both pleaded not guilty to the charges, with the case set for pre-trial directions on September 17th.
Within the Republic of Kenya, jointly with other non-before courts and then to be found, reports a letter of allotment for land reference number 209/11.1, measuring 1.03 hectares, valued at approximately 430 million, supporting it to be genuine and valid letter of allotment issued by the Nairobi County to Bahati Development Welfare Association.
Deputy President Kithure Kindiki has said the government will not reverse its decision to make it easier for Kenyans living near border areas to get national identity cards. He said the directive issued by President William Ruto aims to end past discriminatory practices that targeted certain communities. Speaking on Tuesday during a meeting with members of parliament from northern Kenya at his official residence in Karen, Nairobi, Professor Kindiki stressed that the policy is here to stay. The DP assured that the government is focused on fair and equal treatment of all Kenyans.
Every part of Kenya needs to be treated equally, and the places that have lagged behind needs affirmative action. So I'm very happy with some of those policy interventions around the IDs and the discriminatory practices that were there. It's made some people uncomfortable, as it should. Because of course, if you are sectarian, you will not be comfortable with some of the things that we do.
There is no cause for alarm of alleged standoff between the National Police Service Commission and the National Police Service over multi-billion payroll and HR functions in the draft regulations. This is according to Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen. The CS dismissed fears of a rift, saying he will be the one to present the regulations to Parliament for consideration and was optimistic that the two entities will strike a balance. He was speaking during a press conference at the start of the 28th Jukwaa la Usalama Security Engagement in Nakuru County.
I am going to ensure that we strike a balance between the role of the Commission and the role of the police service itself. And to start with, I have a meeting tomorrow with the Commission and the IG, and then we will work together until we find a solution. This is a very sensitive sector. We do not intend to see any wrangles.
Almost half of the inmates at the central prison in Idiofa, Southwest Democratic Republic of Congo, escaped overnight between Monday and Tuesday, highlighting the country's long-standing prison overcrowding crisis. Arsene Kasiama, coordinator of a local civil society group, said 47 of the 104 prisoners fled during the breakout. The penitentiary, located 600 kilometers east of Kinshasa, was built in 1937 during a Belgian colonial rule and has since fallen into severe disrepair. According to Kasiama, the escapees were confined in one of the prison's only 2 remaining cells. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
There was morning radio.
I've never seen anything like this.
But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey.
You got it locked.
Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
That's absolutely true. We are the People's Breakfast, indeed, the home of hard truths and bold insights. Nairobi, it's 88.8. But if you're probably wondering, huyu neighbor wangu mwenye nasikia radio yake natusikiza wapi pia, you can get us on rgk.co.ke as well. In studio, we have Siti Muga, myself, and of course, we have Edwin Dande. He is the CEO of Saiton Investments. The topic is the state of economy. You folks have got some very interesting insights, by the way, as far as our economy is concerned. There's a gentleman here. He goes by the name of Adrian Terry. So Adrian anasema hivi, there must be an entity in deficit for another to be in surplus. If the Kenyan government is to be in surplus, private sector will have to be in deficit. Edwin, maybe you can enlighten me on that one. Is it true?
No, it's not true. I mean, I what's it called? A rising tide.
It is not true at all. In fact,
lifts all boats. It's not true at all, because first of all, the role of government, and we have different views here. For me, I believe in limited government. Let government do only that which I cannot do. So I cannot build my own road, Mbuvi's own road, City's own road. We need one road.
Yes.
Tax doesn't build that road. One of the biggest problems in Nairobi is sewer. 50%. I mean, to put it crudely, when you use a loo, 50% chance is that it's ending up in a river, because only 50% of Nairobi has working sewer. So you can't build your own sewer. So let government be strictly limited to enabling environment for me to do my business, and things that I cannot do for myself. And even Siwa, they can still enable a Siwa company to do it. It doesn't have to be them, because if it's a project that involves government, it's going to have a lot of expense and corruption. So we should look at government as enabling private citizens to thrive, private businesses to thrive. We are not in competition with government. They should just take enough to enable us. So that idea that one is in surplus, deficit, the concept doesn't even exist in my mind.
All right. Then there's the one I read early on. Langat Msemokweli says, oh my goodness, imepotea, I hope not. Oh yeah. Even if we lowered interest rates to 2%, no business will thrive in Kenya. Why? Businesses thrive where citizens have disposable income. Today, Kenyans have almost zero disposable income.
I think Langat is right. Remember, I said for somebody who is making 100,000, paying 30% tax, they are left with 70 before this administration. And now they are giving up another 10. So they are left with 60. Even if you lower the interest rate, and yes, they've been lowered. They've come from 16 to
13,
8.
Is it 8? Okay.
Yeah, 16 to 8.
So by half, actually.
By half.
Okay.
But somehow Kenyans are not borrowing. They want to borrow, even to spend, but banks are not lending to them. Why are banks not lending? Because people can't pay. It's easier to just lend to government, even at the 8%, than lend to an individual at 15%, because the individual won't pay. So what he's saying is true, and that's why you have to focus on enabling the individual to get a job and an income so that they can spend.
Actually, there was a headline sometime last week, if not the week before, and the headline was about that the banks have lent too much to Gava, such that there's very little remaining for citizens. Is that something that you can confirm, perhaps?
The truth is, yes, banks are lending to government. I mean, if you look at the two banks that have reported so far for first half of 2025, Stanbic increase in lending to government was 40%. Lending to individuals reduced by 2%. That's a delta of 42. Equity just reported, I think yesterday, increase in lending to government 20%, to individual 4%. So banks obviously prefer to lend to government, and not because they are bad people. They're in the business of making money. How do I lend to you if you can't pay? What Langat is saying is true.
They have obligations to pay their depositors as well.
And dividends to shareholders.
So remember, it's a business. And governments are safer until they are not.
So we have to solve the issue of the individual at the dinner table. And there we've taken income out. So how is the economy doing well?
There is also the question that always comes up it comes as a question and an answer at the same time. How do you ensure that there is more liquidity within the economy?
There is no one single silver bullet. It's a couple of things. Number one, the first thing is reduce taxation. This is a big issue, City. When you're taking 30% of somebody's income, they will only allow you to take it when they have no option.
Or when they feel they have a surplus. So that 30% isn't that big an issue.
Even if I have a surplus. do you know the number of people who are going to employers and saying, I don't want to be an employee, I want to be a consultant? Because when I look at the taxes, there are so many. So number one, we have to reduce taxation to a point where people are happy to pay and give them value for what they are paying.
Edwin, what you say is correct theoretically. It's very correct. The 30% and the problem that it creates is not only because it is a huge chunk of your salary being taken away. That's not really it. You're right when you say that there's always a multiplicity of factors that present in a situation. the fact that that 30% doesn't represent in your mind what you consider to be the requisite services you should be receiving is part of the problem. It's a bigger problem.
Absolutely.
If 30% was taken and you could walk into hospital without a problem, you really wouldn't kick a fuss about the 30%.
That's why some Europeans are happy to pay even 40, 50%.
Yes, they are even 55. They don't mind. True, beyond a certain income, because you are guaranteed certain things. And those guarantees, for instance, like free education, as it has been pointed out here, it means it's free. The money that you're paying is now yours.
Yeah, it's yours.
So you can you
whatever you get, you can count on.
You can count, and there are things you can do with it. So you can. So, given the multiplicity of factors that involve this, see, when one talks about an economy, and one talks about its growth, and one talks about the slowing down of its growth, or one talks about the increase in growth, these are determined by certain economic indicators. But it makes no sense whatsoever to the citizenry, as you've pointed out, if I am feeling I'm affording less and less and less of what I'm used to affording. And that is the situation we find now. But that is also accompanied by businesses closing shop, which means people out of jobs.
But businesses are not closing because they want to close.
No.
They end up saying this doesn't make sense.
It stops making sense, so you close shop. So the income that the government got from that particular business is also gone.
And if I may add, as I said, there's no silver bullet. You have to reduce taxes. You have to reduce corruption. Businesses should not close. There's something Mbuvi had asked, is there a place you can go at the government and say, I'm about to close, can you help me?
Yes.
They won't give you money, but they created a whole branch of government and a whole act called the Insolvency Act, where a business that is struggling but believes, if you give me a little bit of time, you hold my debtors back, I restructure, I can then be able to go through this rough patch. Like if I had to give a good example, Nakumat should have been able to enter insolvency through the office of the official receiver, tell tenants, landlords, I'm a tenant but I'm struggling, give me a little bit of time. You find that even departments that are supposed to help struggling businesses have never turned around one single business in the entire 10 years of the Insolvency Act. So the people who are supposed to help businesses are the ones who are sinking them, selling them to their friends and family at cheap prices so that they gain. So the whole society needs to be remade.
I see why you're stuck on that corruption thing. I see. No. I'm saying I see. I had not looked at that angle. If I was a businessman, it's a painful thing.
Of course it is.
Because the process of building a business is difficult. The process of building a business so that it's actually functional is really difficult. The process of doing all this and even making money, that is really, 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 really difficult. So when you come across headwinds and you know that you're supposed to receive assistance and you don't, and you can see that you could have, but somebody chose the option of tearing down this business and ensuring that their friends benefit. It is for that reason that in banking there's something called the Daplum law that was brought in. Previously, my friend, you owe the bank, you have a house. My friend, they could determine the value of that house at whatever they like and send it to whoever they like. And that was because interest have been piled on and on and on and on until you even lost as to how much you actually owe.
Interest and charges and penalties.
And then now they multiply. Now, that law put a halt to it and said, Apana, there's a limit to what you can charge. And if what this person has paid has gone beyond whatever it is they borrowed, then you need to look at this matter in this way. So it halted that. Thank you for bringing that up. I had not seen that.
Did we have to lose Tuskies, Uchumi,
Nakumat,
and then we take all, and you've talked about hard to put together. Do you know, for Nakumat to put those locations, took them 30 years. You have to look at a site, you got a developer, they develop, you become an anchor tenant. When they ran into problems, we did nothing. And all they needed was maybe 2 years. Then we take all those locations, we give it to Kafua. Within a year, we start saying, Kafua has too much buying power. They are not paying suppliers the right amount. I mean, what kind of society are we?
We never had those complaints about Nakumat.
Yeah.
We didn't mean they knew what they were doing.
They were local,
yes.
Right? We've spent 30 years, and you know, it's just not locations. We've educated these people through free primary education, the people who are working there. We take all that and we turn it to and there's nothing wrong with foreign farms. We are an open market.
Yes.
But you should not disadvantage your local people by handing over your best locations and your best resources to now a foreign company. Now you complain that they have too much power.
And yet it is this business that have shut down that opened the eyes of these people.
Yeah.
Because they could see, if this is the growth pattern, then clearly this is a viable business. You know, believe me, I myself was shocked.
Yes.
When I was doing some work in Uganda, Marara to be precise, and I found Nakumat there. I said, yeah. But they want a loan. KCB were there, equity. Now, you have to ask, in East and Central Africa, do we have East and Central African banks in Kenya?
None that I know of.
Precisely, we have West African banks. All I'm saying is that local business push that we clearly had developed, had it been given the support that other countries give their business entities, the powers we keep saying we are would have multiplied by now, would have been a much, much bigger economy than we are clear.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, someone brought in this whole issue of the Bretton Woods, system about IMF. Let me see if I can find it. It was talking about IMF and World Bank. Na akasema vitu mingi sana hapo hivyo. I'll look for it and then probably we shall ask it. But we seem to be causing up also, and we have been causing up to this particular institutions for a while now, getting monies from Akina IMF and World Bank. Do they actually, in honesty, help the economy of Kenya? There are some people who will say, "Apana, you see, they come and they give us conditions, and then at the end of the day, sisi ndio tunaumia." But I don't think our government is crazy going there, unless you can tell me otherwise.
We live in it's a global village.
Yes,
everything is interconnected. IMF, World Bank are almost like the bankers of last resort for countries.
Yes,
and they know it.
Yeah. So and the people behind them are also known.
Yes,
the owners of the influencers of those banks. So if I were to say, for example, in the US, it is not in the US's interest or the UK's interest for a country like Kenya to collapse. I mean, if the country is not working, it can become what is it called? A place for terrorists to thrive.
Yes.
And if you have a terrorist thriving, it threatens the global order. So it's in the interest of IMF and World Bank to make sure that when we run out of foreign currency, they can come in and give us foreign currency, but they are also not charitable entities.
Yes.
So they have to then say, for me to give you this money, then you have to raise more taxes, and raising more taxes means a higher tax rate on incomes. So we cannot blame IMF and World Bank because we are the ones who take ourselves there. When we
they don't come knocking.
It's like the same way when a bank knows you can borrow and pay. So of course they will knock, but you have to open the door.
Okay.
So they come knocking, but the choice is going to be ours. When we grow coffee and then we transport it raw and then we buy it back as Nescafe, can you blame IMF or World Bank for that? It's our own fault. We need to be able to add value and process our product. When African countries grow cocoa and then transport it raw and then get it back as chocolate, we extract minerals, transport it out raw, then we come back and buy diamond rings and all those kinds of things. So what we are saying about Kenya is almost like a microcosm of Africa. Africa needs to reawaken and say, we have the human capital, we have the natural resources. I mean, if you look at Kenya, a desert like Dubai, if they had what we have, all the water, wildlife, I mean, people just come, pay to look at a lion that neither you or I created. God just put it there for us. But even once they pay us, we don't know where that money goes. So I don't think I would blame IMF and World Bank that
they're
much.
In business. Yeah,
they're in business. And interest, national interest for the key stakeholders of those institutions. Remember, the US and UK and the what I would call the developed world, their first responsibility is to their citizens. Only when the welfare of Kenya or Kenya being threatened would also threaten the welfare of their citizens. That's when they'll say, okay, I don't want you to collapse, I'll give you some money.
Right.
But it's up to and the success of the first world and the success of the third world are not mutually exclusive. Both of them can thrive. But if I was in the first world and you're able to sell to me your coffee raw, and I process it and sell it back to you for higher price, why wouldn't I do that? It's in my interest to do that. If I can extract your diamond, I come and add things to it, then sell it back to you. I can extract your cocoa, add things and sell chocolate back. I would do it. It is up to Kenya and African countries to say we can also process our own coffee.
But now, this guy Lagat anasema, but we restructured our debts by getting money from the same IMF and World Bank at a higher interest rate to pay loans with lower interest. We just sunk our country deeper and tied us to them forever. Now, when we talk about, just this multilateral finance institutions as a whole, we also have even here in Africa, we have like the Africa Development Bank, right? Which has got entities, from Nigeria and other places. If we are looking at, first of all, the reason why even IMF, akina World Bank walianzishwa, World Bank ilianza after the Second World War, and the idea was, just helping the countries develop. Then now we had the akina AFDB, whose their idea was to give African countries loans at even lower interest rates as opposed to what we're getting from IMF and World Bank. We still haven't actualized that dream as a continent. Now we have all these resources you're saying that we have and we own and we should be taking care of. Why aren't we able to do that with our very own home, let me call them home-based remedies like Akina Africa Development Bank?
We borrowed the euro. The answer, I'll use the Eurobond as an example.
Right.
We borrowed the Eurobond for 6 billion. I mean, for around 6%. I don't know if it was $1 billion or 1.5, but let's for illustrative purposes, let's say we borrowed $1 billion for 6%. When you borrow, typically you're going to put it into something that returns more than your cost, right? So had we taken the money at 6% and gone and done something with it, like a road, which then economically returns, let's say 12%, when it's time to pay, first of all, that road, the economic activity we deployed the 1 billion to, would be able to pay. So where did the money go? Such that when it was due, we didn't have it. And when you don't have it, you go look for who else could give me $1 billion because my loan is due. It just happens that you would have to go back to the global markets. $1 billion is not easy to get.
Yeah.
So you'd have to go back to the same IMF, you'd have to go back to the same World Bank, you'd have to go back to the same global banks where writing a check, if you're talking about a JP Morgan and Stanchart in New York, $1 billion is nothing. They write the check very, very quickly if they know that it can be
paid back.
It can be paid back. I'm sounding like a broken, is it track record? But a broken record, but the problem is still us. Where did the billion shilling? Langat is asking to refinance. So in that case, why is IMF or AFDB or whatever a problem? The problem remains us. We should have deployed the money in a place, and if we didn't have a place to deploy, we shouldn't have borrowed in the first place.
What you say is correct. The problem is not the money they give us, it's what was referred to as conditionalities that accompany the money, and it is called austerity. This is something I've always wanted to understand. How taxation helps with the growth of an economy. We're already distressed, and you're asking us to distress ourselves further because that's what more taxes do. How will this economy grow? That nexus is what I usually want explained, because it can't happen. So my view on this subject is this voodoo nonsense that these people keep telling us about how it is that austerity will help us is utter and absolute hogwash. Nonsense.
City, are you suggesting, because there are people who say that let the grass burn and it will grow again. Are you suggesting we should have just defaulted?
Actually, it wouldn't have been a bad thing, because one, we would then be forced to face our demons head on. It would be one of the most painful things we would have ever gone through.
Painful than this?
This is nothing.
That would have been, and remember,
this is nothing.
Then I don't want it.
There's a chance.
This is nothing.
That we have just kicked the can down the road.
Not a chance. We have. Edwin, you know we have. No, because we borrow and we keep borrowing, and we borrow and we keep borrowing. We are juggling.
But if we did that thing you are saying, if we now decided, let's cut corruption. You can never say no corruption. Human beings by nature, we are evil until the system stops us. So if we just say today, we are going to cut corruption, instead of 2 billion a day, we are going to allow only 500.
Actually, the argument that you propose is not, well, I wouldn't think in that manner. And when I say we should have defaulted, I'm speaking hypothetically, all right? We could have solved the problem without defaulting. We could have looked at this issue differently. Now, there are those who say the idea of the odious debt and the discussion around this is far-fetched. It is not. It is not, because every time we look at the monies we've borrowed, Euro bond 1, 2, 3, whatever it is, and where the money went, and money that never ended up, if it went to the consolidated fund, we know it has arrived. Those monies are in abundance, and those monies are being paid. So when you ask the question, this debt, because the debt issue is what's killing us. It's not that the 2.5 trillion that we raise is not enough. It's the debt thing that is killing us.
The issue, CT, this odious debt discussion, and I'm in the group that you don't like, who say it is not a discussion that will go anywhere. You already owe the money. Now, by the time you go through this audit and say it was odious or not, the people who lent to you will have called in the default, and where they have collateral, any government, the embassies, the planes, they'll go and impound them.
You know something?
You will be in default by the time.
Actually, that argument that you have is precisely that, an argument that you have and a position that you've taken. I have also a position that I've taken on this particular subject. I don't need 3 examples of countries that have raised this issue successfully. I just need one. Then I have a precedent. And there's more than one.
But they raise it on one. There's one, I forget the name. The one that raised it, the tuna, who took money to go expand their tuna, whatever capabilities. The name will come. I think it's Mozambique.
Yes.
And they raised and said this money never came. And I think it was Credit Suisse that had underwritten this money, and that debt was, I think, wiped off. But they were raising on a specific debt. So if we are going to be able to say this money never came, and even the borrowing, and by the way, the person who lent to us was also, because in this case of Credit Suisse, they were also colluding with government officials. So they are also culpable. If we can take it debt by debt, for sure. But you see, the way the odious debt discussion is being tabled by and people I respect, somebody like Omukia, it is generic. We have debt to GDP is at 70%. It should be 50. I'm not sure we owe this. But if you are to particularize and say debt number A, it never came. It was lent by so and so, and they were in collusion with the treasury officials here. Then that debt will be challenged internationally.
But then you see, you have gone and won the argument for me, because you've actually presented a case that shows that you actually can litigate.
You can.
Odious
Mozambique
debt.
did it for the tuna bonds.
My friend,
just Google tuna bonds Mozambique.
Yes. They, I'm raising this issue for a simple reason. Okay? Omtata speaks, but Jimmy Wanjigi has shouted about this longer and louder than even Omtata. I'm raising it because we are discussing what it is that ails our economy, and everything that could possibly contribute to that ailing must be looked at. If you have the burden of a debt that was intended for development, because that's what we borrow for, and that development never came and nothing was done, the money didn't even, if the money got to the consolidated fund, it came in. Different discussion. Didn't even. And the beauty of our system is that it's recorded. It's not as though I have to guess.
But we have to prove that the lender and the borrower colluded to defraud the Kenyan citizens.
Believe me, the discussion you are having is now the details of how such a case goes forward. I am raising the issue of monies that we are paying for that we did not benefit from. So you have a burden that you don't need to have. So we look at the pain point, you have to ask, let's go into details. What did we, or let me start again. What was borrowed on our behalf and didn't actually, then you go into the details that you're speaking of. But it exists. Money was borrowed that the country did not benefit. Because it was borrowed on behalf of the country. We did not benefit from it. Simple fact. So if we're talking about debt, that discussion has to be brought in. It may be theoretical, it may be spurious, but it has to come in. Just like the demands by IMF and all these fellows regarding austerity must be brought in, because it is utter and absolute nonsense.
City, you are correct. The question then is, and I go back to the concept you don't seem to like, you'll have to go to the ballot box and elect people who are going to sit and say, I will do an audit of all our debts and particularize in the context of the Mozambique tuna bond scandal. If I can prove that the money that was borrowed and the lender and the borrower, because the key here is the lender must have been in on the fraud. If the lender genuinely gave money, did not wire, because they have no obligation to wire. These consolidated funds, those are your Kenyan laws. They are not US laws.
They're not international laws. They're not the laws that the lender subscribes to.
Exactly. But international laws do not allow fraud as part of international finance. So if you can prove that the bank that underwrote this Eurobond, whichever Eurobond that you are calling odious, was actually, when they wired it to wherever they were wiring it, they knew, just like the tuna bond scandal, that they would get some of it. It would never be used for what it was going to be claimed to be used in the offering memorandum. Then you can attack that debt. But nobody has taken the steps to actually do that. They're just saying, this money never arrived, therefore it's odious debt, we shouldn't pay. That generic argument won't fly in international finance.
No, it hasn't. The moment we structure a case and we put across a petition, then we can go with the argument you're proposing. I was merely looking at areas within our economy where monies have been borrowed specifically. And because of this borrowing, we now have some serious pains because of this borrowing. And I'm seeing us borrowing more. Okay? If it is true that in the 2 years, this is 2.5 years that the government has been in, that they borrowed close to 2 trillion, I don't know whether it's true or not. It means it has piled on to the debt that we already have. So it raises the question not just of the debt, but the repayment. How is it that this country has debts that we keep paying for and they never go down? How?
They keep on piling.
Yeah, because we've been paying. Is the fact that we haven't defaulted is an indication that we pay.
When you went to the ballot box, did you ask yourself, will these people pay down debt or borrow more?
When I went to the ballot box, I did not know about odious debt. Now I do.
And also, we are not sure who he voted for. Yeah. But nonetheless, it's because I was just going through this Mozambique situation where 18 people in Mozambique were charged with a particular scandal. 2 billion over 2 years. 2019 is when
$2 billion, right?
$2 billion, yes. Yeah, so these guys borrowed that money and then created some companies where they paid themselves bribes and so on and so forth. It's crazy. $200 million in bribes.
Yeah. What? That's 10% of the 2B.
Yes.
So you see, in that case, you're able to show Mozambique went and borrowed. These people paid themselves the money, and this 200 million, some of it made it back to the bankers who underwrote it.
Yes.
If you're able to prove that,
right,
then you can challenge the debt.
See, we haven't gone that route yet.
Perhaps we should.
And I suspect if we did the work,
yes,
for sure.
Now, I want to probably go back to what City is asking. We have been paying these debts, not defaulting, na tumelipa vizuri sana, because clearly we have not plunged ourselves into a 5-year situation whereby we need to get ourselves out of the international CRB. So we've been paying this debt, but it doesn't seem to go down. Yeah. So maybe from an economist perspective, what's going on? Is it that we keep on paying interest, but the principal is still there?
The money largely is not going into productive capacity or productive use. I think we have a lot of white elephants where we borrowed, put the money in white elephants, and it cannot support the debt. So if what we put it in cannot support the debt, how else are you going to pay it other than borrow more and tax more?
But Edwin, when you borrow as a government, there's a repayment schedule that you have.
Yes.
And we run around because when that day hits, it goes. It's not as though...
But you'll have to borrow more before that day.
It's not... No. Before you get to the borrowing more, long before we had this culture of borrowing more, which Uhuru introduced, where you borrow as though there's no tomorrow. Okay? Yeah, he's the one who brought us into this borrowing that just sort of like went 6 trillion, chief. Hiyo ni kujaribu sana. Okay? And I don't see any corresponding development to 6 trillion I don't. Maybe I'm the one who has a limited vision, but my argument is this.
Ujenda Turkana, but yes?
Oh, I've been to Turkana. You should mention Wajir because I haven't been there. The point I'm trying to make here, Edwin, is this. If we are furthering an argument about an economy that is going south in terms of its development and progress, which is ours, every little thing that could contribute to it must be looked at and given sufficient and vigorous attention.
I agree. But you have to get the people to do that work.
But that's what we're doing here. We're contributing to the theory about this discussion, but we want to give it even more detail so that it is understood. If there's a concept that relates to the problems we have and it's not understood, then it will not be understood and it will have no value. So the discussion helps us look at it in greater detail so that it is actually understood. So when you talk about it and then you bring in the ballot, one can connect. And then one can see that, I see. So this is what. And that's where now the knowledge also comes in. Because if you have people who have a handicapped knowledge, handicapped in that they may actually have gone to school and know this matter intrinsically, but it's handicapped because they don't have the will or the intention to actually apply this knowledge that they have correctly. So they actually use this knowledge negatively. Hence the question, even if we borrow to pay, that's a new debt. The old debt which we're paying, how come it doesn't reduce?
And that's the example I was going to give. Let me give you a very simple example. If you go onto the internet and type, I think, fish market in Naivasha. If you're driving, is it Naivasha or Nakuru? There's a structure there. It was supposed to be a fish market. It was never completed. But we somehow borrowed.
It is on the outskirts of Naivasha.
Yeah. We borrowed to build it. Because it has never been used for what it's supposed to be used for, it has no economic productive capacity. You have to think about it in a granular way. You like granularity. The day that money for Naivasha fish market is due, what must happen? We have to borrow to pay it. Now,
but you've paid it.
But by borrowing more, and in most cases, we don't even pay. In most cases, you roll forward the debt as we did with Eurobond and say, I will only pay for the interest. No. Let me give you another example before you react. Fantastic. Talanta Stadium. I had it. It's I can see you've seen the fish market.
Yes,
it has never done any fish, by the way.
Right.
Talanta Stadium, 44 billion. Do you know how much is interest? 15%. What's 15% on 44? That's 6 billion. I am doubtful that the stadium will be able to produce revenue to run itself fully and then pay a 6 billion interest. What will happen when that interest is due? You'll have to borrow again. So we have to connect, and that's what you're saying, where the money is going and the cost. If where the money is going, like that Naivasha fish market, cannot support the interest expense, when that day for paying forget about even I think now I can confidently tell you why the number will increase. The day the money for Naivasha fish market is due, we won't even worry about paying it. We will go to the lender and say, see, we just roll it forward, take the principal plus the interest, give me a new loan and I will service the interest. And what we shall do, we will go get more taxes to service the interest. That's what's happening. Everybody can see.
No, I can't actually.
But you've just told me that.
No, I'm seeing it now when you're explaining it, but I wasn't seeing it in all honesty, because are we saying therefore that every loan we've had, that's what we've done with it?
Most of it. And that's why now people ask, okay, I thought this government said they won't borrow as before, but when the debts are due, they have to roll it forward. The rolling forward, the past interest plus the principal increases the amount of debt, and you just service it. So even without...
So you're servicing it by paying interest?
You're servicing it by paying interest.
Now, so essentially you're saying that we don't have a situation where the principals have been paid.
Because there's no return on investment yet.
No.
Even the Euro bonds, I wouldn't say there's none, but generally speaking, we are just... And public finance is largely about rolling forward the debt and paying the interest. And you'll pay the interest if where you use the money...
Wait. Public finance about what again?
Practical public finance in Kenya today is largely about rolling forward debt.
And that's a smart thing to do.
I didn't say it's a smart thing to do. I'm saying what is happening.
The reality on the ground.
The reality on the ground. Smart thing, you're the one who said.
I mean, if someone is doing it, it's supposed to be smart, isn't it? Because it's supposed to solve a problem that we have. This thing is not solving any problem, is it?
But you see, I don't think the end goal is to solve a problem. It is just to, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's like wewe umeingia umepata hii shida iko hapa, unaona okay, so now what do I do so that it doesn't fall on me? Let me just roll it for, let me do what I can do. I'm not necessarily looking at taking care of the initial problem this particular debt was created for. I just need to get it moving forward until my time is done.
Is exactly what's happening now. Once you kick the can down the road, within the next 5 years, you're supposed to then say, what do we then need to do to be able to stop this from happening? Let's make it easy to do business so that a lot of businesses come and pay taxes, and we can use the taxes to pay down debt. Let us reduce corruption. Let's bring more tourists in. Let us make it easy for diaspora to send money. So there's no silver bullet, but there are going to be around 5 things you have to do with a sense of urgency to bring you more money so that when you have to service this debt, you don't borrow more or you don't tax more. That's where we are stuck. Currently, this debt, in most cases, we must tax more or we must borrow more. And that's why the number will continue to increase. I think now it's like 11 trillion or something like that.
Yeah. Kitu kama hiyo ni CT was saying by the time KK is done, it will be at 20 something. But
I don't have the luxury to say
this man is not only misquoting me. I didn't say that.
Okay, he said by 2027 it will have added $1 trillion every year.
Yes, because if we're to
but that one is mathematical. If you look at our budget
that's what
today,
I'm saying. If you look at what
we are budgeting to spend 3 trillion and we are collecting 2 trillion, you must borrow $1 trillion.
Acha nikwambie kwa nini ile mathematics yangu ya 20 inaingia. Raila alituambia hapa tukue assured 2032 bado tutakuwa na President Ruto. So if we add up to 2027, that will be about 15 trillion. Another 5 years going in the 1 trillion yearly, won't that be 20 trillion?
Let me now take the position of agreeing with Edwin. Sloganeering.
No, but I think Kenyans are beginning to feel it. People have lost 10% of on the dinner table.
Not beginning to feel it, my friend. They are in pain. They are in enormous pain.
I have a question though. Is there any debt we've ever taken ikafanya kazi yake and there's actual return on investment? For example, I know we borrowed money for SGR. I know we borrowed money for Expressway. Are those things that are actually paying back their debt without easy masters?
We borrowed money for the Expressway.
But si tulijengewa ndio maana tunalipanga pesa pale ya kuingia kwa hiyo barabara.
And we is who the government.
But we are the government,
and we own the Expressway.
And we that's what I'm asking. Is there an actual return on investment on all any of these projects that we borrowed for?
My belief, and remember I said belief, there has to be, but we would have to improve even how we monitor public finance. To answer that question, you heard what City was saying. When money is borrowed, that he agrees with, that is not odious, goes to where? Exchequer. It is a big
pool.
Then it will go to all kinds of places. I think we even need to improve our public finance and say there are two things. There is tax that we are taxing citizens and using for these general national purposes, education, whatever. Let the 2 trillion come in and use 2 trillion. Let us create another one where we say when we borrow, if we borrow for a road, let it go to an account for a road and let that road send the money back. And if we can't pay, it ought to be very visible that the money borrowed for Thika superhighway we were not able to pay back through Thika superhighway, therefore we had to borrow more. So basically what I'm saying, Movie, is that it's very hard to answer that question because the way we run public finance, everything is mixed in a pot. So you cannot be able to say this money that was borrowed only went to this project and therefore the project was able to service the loan or was unable to service the loan. In most cases we'll borrow, put in a project and then service that loan with money from taxation. So you cannot be able to actually vet the return profile of where the money went to. It's a big problem. It will need to take citizens understanding it.
Yes.
Putting in place the right leadership that then says, I want to confront this debt issue. And that's why I think some people are unhappy with Trump, whether he succeeds or not. I'm not sure, but he came and said, look, death in the third world is a bad thing, but should I tax my people to
prevent those debts?
To prevent it doesn't seem like that's my
But are we
problem.
saying that the bulk of the money that they use of their taxes is sent to us?
No. I was just using that as an example. Somebody has to say, where is the money going?
I am in agreement with you. I have now jumped on the Trump issue.
State of the economy.
Yes, because no, you see, what we're discussing is the veracity of the things that we deal with on a daily basis and how close to truth they are. What percentage of the US budget is actually sent in terms of aid and so forth to any country in the world? What is it?
I don't know it, but probably negligible. What I was saying is that
negligible.
We need somebody who will come and say, this 1 trillion we are borrowing every year, and remember that is the guaranteed borrowing. There's still some borrowing that is off balance sheet. So this money that we are borrowing, where is it going? And will the destination, even if we are using it to fund education, will the human capital be able to pay it back? If it cannot pay it back, then we are just digging ourselves deeper.
Yeah. There's someone here who's saying, Sian, this is Sian, I hope I'm saying this correctly. Anasema, by the time Edwin will be walking out of the studio, some of us will have developed ulcers. Hapa tuko na nchi kweli? That's the question that Sian is asking.
Of course we have a country.
There is a conversation we had in the first hour of the show between 6 and 7, and one of the conversations was around corruption. Now the corruption we are seeing, because if we calculate all the monies we are losing, President Uhuru told us it's 2 billion daily. But we sat here and we did some mathematics, and we're thinking it might be more as of today, more than 2 billion daily. We could be wrong on that as well. But the point here is, if we go with what President Uhuru had said, is it possible? Because I was for the opinion we might need to shut down the country. Same thing that Sian is saying here, like literally switch it off, tuzime engine, tuzime lights, tuambie kila mtu tokeni, so that we can restructure things.
You see,
the thing here I'm asking is, if we are to tackle this so-called corruption monster called corruption, and we know that every single public institution in this country, almost all of them, are corrupt or are headed by corrupt individuals, is it possible to have a cleanup, and how long do you think that would take?
Movie, our problem is not corruption. I keep telling you this. It is not.
That's the symptom.
Yes, it is. It is. It's an outcome.
So, shida ni nini city?
Impunity. I keep saying it. Naona hajasink.
No, unacheki sasa
impunity and corruption are intertwined, city. It's the
whatever. Okay.
Which one gives birth to the other?
Are we able to take out the impunity?
The culture, even before impunity, maybe impunity and culture are the same thing, but we have to, because even what we call about corruption, we'll always talk about politicians, but who is on the demand side when we do all these empowerment stuffs? It's you and I who are showing up and saying, I want some stuff for free. Who gives money for free that they worked for? Would you when you go out here, even charity takes a lot of thinking. You have to rationalize. I've seen and you, when you see a man who's asking you for money in traffic, you'll be like, you can work. A lady, you might be like, okay, maybe the lady is poor. Then somebody who is disabled, you will give more. Even money that you've worked for, you have to rationalize. Now, how will you go to a rally with strong men who can work and then go give them cash?
You see, my argument here is I'm challenging common narratives that we've had, and common narratives that at whose feet we lay the problems. Like when we talk of corruption, you talk about it, it's like you've completed the discussion without asking, okay, this thing that we refer to, can we dissect it and understand what it is that we're talking about? That is why I constantly and unashamedly bring in impunity, for a simple reason. People do wrong and continue to do wrong and exacerbate it when they know they can get away with it. If you know you'll pay a steep price, you'll be very hesitant.
Let's concede for the purpose of argument, City, and say, okay, you are right. How do we then resolve impunity? Let's concede to him and say it's not even corruption, it's impunity. How do we resolve
accountability?
How do we?
How do you enforce accountability?
How will we do it? Because if the citizen is not accountable, if the citizen thinks that instead of going to look for a job, and we have to survive, let me go for a rally and get 1,000 shillings. Is that accountability? Because the 1,000 shillings has to come from somewhere.
The culture that you speak of is something that over time has been entrenched. It wasn't always there.
Yes, City, but I want you to help us and figure out how do we entrench accountability.
I'm actually heading there.
Okay.
I'm actually heading there. The hero worship that we subscribe to politicians and the understanding and the narrative that a politician is somebody who brought good things to the people, as in he brought development. It was entrenched and then it has evolved and morphed into something fairly interesting. You determined by belief and acceptance that anything you're going to do and of meaning had to come from a politician. We moved and understood that actually these are our taxes. And this guy's job is to legislate, to oversight and all these things. We got to understand with time. But our understanding was limited when it comes to accountability because we didn't have problems that we could look at and relate directly to the inability of these people to actually represent us as they should. We had problems in the country, but they were manageable. What we have now is a completely different animal. And this is the eye-opening animal that we're speaking of. And the generation that I spoke of that brings about change, we have a change moment because of a new generation who are not looking at things the way it was looked at by the people who brought in the constitution and whatever. They look at it differently. They are a now generation. They want accountability now. And they're taking to task about it now. It is new and we're seeing the reaction. If there was no reaction, nobody would have been shot, nobody would have been abducted. The solution, my friend, is not at a national level. The solution is at an individual and a community level. Do we accept that somebody whom we know last month was somebody for whom 100 shillings was a great deal of money, and they now come in driving a swanky car, and I'm talking about a month, and they are giving everybody they meet along the street before they go to their home 1,000 shillings. do we ask, Chief, what is it that you're doing? Or are we happy to associate with this person? The culture that you speak of. The people who have exacerbated this are the politicians. I remember a time in Luo Nyanza when the parties that in that part of the world were fighting KANU. There's something they called taxpayer. They couldn't hold meetings, so they went to funerals. When they went to funerals, they tell people, when somebody comes with money, they say, don't refuse, because people don't take money. Take it. It is your money. Hence the term taxpayer. In my mind, that was when that inoculation of money from politicians and taking it came into being. Anyone who was campaigning with a lot of money, your enemy would just say, KANU money. And that was to down you. I didn't know I would be living in a time when I could see that is entrenched and it is considered to be normal. But it started somewhere. Now, change also has to start somewhere. And if we cannot hold ourselves to account and we cannot challenge even within our own homes and families, then this battle is lost. We might as well do what Mbuvi has suggested and fold up and decide where we're going to go next.
The battle is not lost, and I think that's what Radio Generation is doing here. What Team Mbuvi and your team are doing here is what needs to be done, educating people. Let us bring accountability first to myself as a citizen. We are not perfect people. There are no angels here on earth. But let's hold ourselves accountable, and let me hold people in the community accountable, and let me go to the ballot and try to elect people who can be accountable. We can make a huge step. But until then,
kidogo itakuwa tricky. So someone has said here that at the end of the day, we might not have ulcers, or we might develop ulcers, but by the time Edwin walks out, we shall be so much wiser. That's where we'll come to a close. Thank you so much, Edwin, for coming through and helping us have this conversation. We welcome you again. Come and tell us about also the opportunities at Saiton. Umesema Saiton mnataka pesa ngapi investment tuwapatie?
Minimum is just 100 bob.
100 bob?
Yeah, star 8 or 9 hash, or you just go online and you start your investment journey, because that's part of accountability. Build yourself first to hold other people.
With 100 bob. What can I do with 100 bob?
You'd be amazed.
Step by step.
Yeah.
Yeah, you put it every month, every day, whatever you can. Just make, there's this thing of savings. We always tell people, income minus savings, the balance you can spend. It is not income minus spending, then I save. Save something.
Thank you so much. That is Edwin Dande. He is the CEO of Saiton Investments. This is where we come to a close as far as the show is concerned. Thank you so much, City, also kwa kutukula kichwa. But we shall see you tomorrow morning.
Asanteni sana.
Bright and early. As for now, here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
It's 10 o'clock.
Radio Generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul.